Hi, I'm here. I was a little slow to get started. Whoopsie. Sometimes when I'm like putting together the announcement of like, hi, I'm live. Guess what? Squiiji's live. Yay. Ow. Sometimes when I'm putting that together for no reason at all, I'm just like really slow at it. Sometimes, and today was just one of those days. I don't know why, but you know, hopefully that is not setting the tone for my speed. Wow. Hopefully it's not setting the tone for what my speed will be as we go through the character designs. Because we still have a third of them left. But like last time I did way more than a third of them. So like, as long as I am within reason focusing today, we should be good. We should be all right. But hi, happy Thursday. What things did I have to tell you? I think I had things to tell you. I don't remember what the things I had to tell you were. Ow, ow, hey, do not smack me on head. Oh, my first note, I've noticed a trend. I've noticed a trend in what people yearn for on the interwebs. It is not VTubers. You make a post and it's containing VTuber, it's like, ah, yeah, whatever, okay, cool. That's great. However, if you make a post on twitter.com or on TikTok or something like that, and whoa. Wow, I'm actually short right now, but I Ouija odd, so for some reason I'm like in the center again? This is weird, I don't know what's going on right now. I'm still short, I promise. Maybe I'm just on a step stool. But anyways, you make a post on the twitter.com or like on TikTok or something, and if it's just VTuber stuff, it's whatever. Whatever. They're like, okay, that's cool, that's great, moving on. However, if you make a post somewhere, and it is you offering the viewer, you offering somebody a little creature in your hand, especially if you have removed your own real head and have instead replaced it with your VTuber head, oh, the masses delight. They love the strange mixed reality homunculus. They love being offered little creatures. This is the second time this has happened to me where, like, I'm gonna be so real with you, my Twitter posts do not pop off. They usually do not do, they don't usually do numbers. I don't care, I'm not really a numbers person anyway. But it is really funny, the trend I have detected, which is that, guaranteed, if I post something that is mixed reality, it always hits like 1,000 likes at least. My stuff usually doesn't even hit 100. It's just so funny how I guess that works, question mark. So if you need a new meta to try replacing your head on your real body with your VTuber head, either via virtual face or by editing in like Photoshop or Clip Studio. And I guess just profit, question mark. Twitter's weird, never see your posts unless I go to my dreaded For You page. Here's my secret to getting to see posts from people you like. I only stay in the following page pretty much, but I will periodically just like search for people who I like to see posts from in the search bar and click into their account and just scroll a little bit. You don't even have to like anything, but the algorithm notices when you like visit someone's page. So that's what I do. I do that for a bunch of artists I like to follow. Or like if I'm like, wow, I haven't seen a Bolts post in like 4 days, I should probably click on Bolts and go there, because Bolts posts like every day. So I know when it's hiding things from me. Yeah. If I do the same For You page is not that bad. Yeah, mine isn't either if I do dare to go there. Gotta curate your online experiences. But yeah, I did find a really cute snake. If you guys are not aware of what I'm talking about right now, let me copy and paste in images of my really cute snake that I found. Let me tell you, I was struggling so hard to not take this snake home with me and just stick it in my pocket. He was so cute. I want a pet garter snake. I just want a pet snake, period. Hang on, we gotta go to, where can I go? Here. I mean, look at him. Look at him. I ignore the homunculus. Look at him. He's so cute. This little tiny baby. Can you imagine how small this snake has to be? Me, a whole 3 blueberries tall, holding a snake this itty bitty teeny tiny. He's so cute. I think I posted a different image in the Discord too of him, where he had his little tongue out. Oh, I love snakes so much. They're so cute. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we're gonna ignore my horribly goofed up nail polish, but like, look at him, he's got his little tongue out. Nilo, I see you saying so snackable. Do not eat the snake. I cannot believe you would come here and say that to me. You would say that you want to eat the snake that I am gushing over. How sweet and cute and itty bitty little tiny he is. Oh, pats him on his just a tiny sweet little head. He was doing a lot of tasting the air to try and figure out what was going on around him. And he was very chill. He got a little squiggly after I held him for too long, so I put him back down. But I was like, little guy. And then people were like concerned. They were like, is that not dangerous? It's a garter snake. I don't think he can open his mouth wide enough to even try and bite me. This man's eaten like insects and maybe like worms at most. He just accepts his fate with me. He's okay. Gonna say the other side of the shroom state? That's fair. But like, this is how you desensitize yourself to being afraid of snake, is you find the itty bitty teeny little guy who is guaranteed to just be a little friend, and you pick him up and you hold him and you cherish him. And it's like, okay, he's good. See how he's doing nothing wrong? And that's how you teach yourself that he's not evil. That's how I taught myself to not be afraid of spiders. That and also eating them, but don't eat snakes. My spider technique is not for the faint of heart and not generally recommended. My mother is just strange. I feel like I've told you guys that before. Have I told you guys about that? This will be our yap, and then we'll like lock in and get things done. But like our yap, no. I swear I've told the story of it, but my mother has this belief, she's a biologist. She has this belief that people can, like, usually are not afraid of things they can eat, right? Like, why would I be afraid of, I don't know, like a cow? I mean, I wouldn't be afraid of a cow anyway. This is hard to do, like, the analogy, I guess, as a vegetarian, but like, people generally aren't afraid of species they can eat. Generally, because they're like, oh, well, if we can consume them, you know, predator-prey relationship, question mark, something like that. Like, you know, I'm top of the food chain. This guy can't get me. You know what I mean? Maybe. So, my mother doesn't really especially like spiders either, but she taught us that wolf spiders, at least the ones where we live, you can eat. You can eat them. They're just crunchy. They don't taste especially great, but you can eat them. And the way she taught us this was by picking one up and crushing them a little bit and sticking it right in her mouth. And I was young enough when she taught me that I was like, oh, that's cool, that's great, that's normal. We just can eat the wolf spiders, that's great. So I'd eaten like one or two just as like a kid, because I was a kid and kids eat bugs sometimes. But I was like, my mom told me I can eat these, it's okay. But years later, it did end up being helpful when I taught Kung Fu. Because we did go on a run at one point. We would go on runs. We'd take the kids for runs to like wear them out a little bit. And I did have to teach them to not be afraid of wolf spiders, and I did the exact same thing, and it worked! It worked like a charm. They were like freaking out because we'd always have spiders in like the place where we practiced. And I was like, look, this guy, wolf spider. Me. That's not so scary. And it did cure their fear. It only works when it's like little kids, but that's how you can instill in children a lack of fear in spider, because wolf spiders are big spiders too. Like they're like the size of a quarter. They don't taste furry. No, they don't taste furry at all. They're just crunchy. They're a little bit sour, but that's kind of it. Yeah, EG lore goes crazy. So with both food allergies and probably ARFID, I'll pass. You know, that is fair. Is this a VTuber with extreme ADHD? No. Everything we're talking about makes sense right now, don't worry. Anyways, Edward, thank you for resubscribing! Welcome back! 5 fantastic fungi-filled months! Yes, it has been! I hope you enjoy rotating with us still. But anyways, those are my tidbits. I should make like one of those, like, you know, people make those like story time TikToks or whatever. I should do that with all of my weird lore moments. We already did that for the grandmom stormtrooper story, but I feel like I should contribute my eating of wolf spiders. What other weird EG tales do I have? I feel like I've done a lot of really strange things that you guys have been like, hey, reality check, that's not normal. That's not typical, Squiiji. That's okay though. What can you do? But why don't we try and get started? What grandmom's stormtrooper story? If you look on, I think it's on my TikTok, I have a whole TikTok explaining the story. If I explain it now, we're gonna get so off topic and we'll never talk about Date Everything characters, but TLDR, I caught my grandmom reading explicit my favorite Roman Catholic grandmom reading explicit Stormtrooper X Self fanfiction on AO3. That's the TLDR. Don't use TikTok. I wonder if I can put that one on YouTube now, because I think it was just too long for YouTube when I first made it. Maybe I'll try and re-upload it. But yeah, my grandmoms have some lore. My great-grandmom has some lore. My family members are really strange. To be for real, that story is also a date everything. That's true! True! Grandmom Shroom does agree we should date everything, including Stormtroopers! I think it's 3 minutes on YouTube Shorts? Hell yeah! I think I made that into a TikTok back when it was only a maximum of a minute, and I think it does go over a minute. So that may mean I can actually upload some of my TikToks cross-platform now. Hell yeah. Squiiji, we're all odd. I'll never judge you for eating spiders, as I've eaten them before. See, but the people who have also eaten spiders will not judge me for eating spiders, but people who have not eaten spiders will. So I appreciate you not judging me. I feel like the shroom state doesn't judge me. You guys know what I'm about. You know how peculiar I can be from time to time. But if I were to just announce that probably randomly on Twitter, it might receive a little bit more backlash. Potentially. Yeah, chocolate-covered ants, but chocolate-covered ants are chocolate-covered ants. I just eat them straight. just the way he is. I am the we, and Android _17_is_him. Thank you guys for following. When I was volunteering for a zoo in high school, I was tasked with holding this giant lizard and bringing around a crowd of kids. That actually sounds fantastic. He randomly decided to bite me in slow motion. Actually, never mind. Not fantastic. Could see it happening and just kept a straight face and didn't flinch. Didn't want to scare the kids. Didn't hurt much or break the skin, luckily. Oh, well, that's good. Good work, Bleak. Honestly, I'm proud of you. Because that is one of those things where, you can be the foundational experience a child has with something out in the world and essentially set their life course to be one where they don't have to experience fear and can experience wonder instead. Or, one of the best things we would always do in Kung Fu was that, in sparring, if a kid gets knocked over or, gets hurt, don't freak out. Don't freak out, because when you freak out, they freak out. So when you go, whoopsie, here, let me get you back up, they're fine. They're usually fine. And that also helps make it a lot clearer if a kid actually gets injured, because they won't just get back up. There'll be a little bit more fanfare going on, but, you can be the helpful change and helping to make sure that, kids are raised in a beneficial way, or that they have positive experiences out there in the world. Things aren't so scary when the adults around them don't make them scary. Yeah, Keys, this is true. Thank you, Amber. Hey, it's only been 20 minutes. It's only been 20 minutes. Let me take roll, and then we will actually get started. I promise, I swear. We'll also do a little prediction thing, but we can take roll while we look at my really cute snake. Oh. Napping is good for health. I agree. I'm also kind of finally not sick. Kind of. So, let's see. Who's here for class? You had a whole 20 minutes to roll in. Say, roll up, come get your love. How does that go? Is that a Fits in the Tantrum song? Innocent! Satin Sun, Sanism. That corridor, those three names all right next to each other. Interesting. Oh. Bleak, Rusty, Nilo, Edward, Lance, Southern Lies, Nilo. Wait, Nilo, how are you here twice? Selma, Chili, Ren, Corey, Android 17, Bugs, Absoloopsy, I Am the Weed, Dia, Fiora, Rex, Crackle Gaming. Incredible first name. Oh, you're so right, Amber. That is an incredible name. Transright Sylveon, hell yeah. Hi, welcome in. YouTube shoemates, Haunted Butter, Ivy, Oi. Singer XD, Aspen, Adantion, Game Loser, Kite, Cats, Lisa here, the Hobo Mice, Ivy already saw you, C, Callie, Ash, Spider Ellie, hi fellas, lurkers, fear not, do not worry, for I have seen you and I appreciate your presence. Thank you for being here. Also, VOD watchers, thank you also, as always. I am sometimes stunned to see also that it'll be oh, I've done a stream. A lot of my stream VODs will get 200-ish views, I guess, on YouTube. I don't really check them very often, but every once in a while I'll be going through to put something in a folder or a playlist, and it'll be this stream VOD has 15,000 views, and I'm hi, hello all of you. I hope you liked this. That's crazy. Very excited. So thank you. Thank you guys for watching in post. I'm glad I guess I'm still interesting and exciting, even when I'm not live, to hear in post. So that works for me. Nano Mino, I see you too. But let's teleport to the correct room at least. And then I will do my disclaimers and I will set up our prediction and we will lock in. I am locked in the house today. I'm so focused. Believe me, trust me, we have to finish them today. We have to finish going through the date everything characters today for the tier list. Also, thank you. I think it might have been Hoshi, but I don't remember. Whoever had suggested Pi ad block, thank you. Thank you. I had been losing my mind for weeks with ads, and finally I am safe. And it was just like, I just needed to not be in websites, essentially. So like the tier maker of the website was like inundating us with ads. It was ridiculous. So we're safe. How many characters are left? About a third of them, which is perfect. This is the third stream. The first stream, we only did a quarter of them. The second stream, we did way beyond a quarter of them. So we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Your streams are set up pretty well to watch his VODs. To be honest, really? Thank you. I'm honored that you think so. Oh wait, what is going on here? Hang on. Let me... Where's the other one? Look, we can have bonus snake. Why did this not rescale? Hello? There we go. We get bonus snake, I guess, for like another second. Where is it? Where do I have the tab for it? Every time I load up and actually open the stream, there we go. It like changes where things are located, which is not helpful. There we go, got it. Did a game, when a game did character design so well that EG couldn't get through all the characters at once? I think it's just because I have so much to say about all of the characters in this game. So therefore, I like just keep talking. I just keep speaking. I just keep saying things about them because genuinely, honestly, across the board, I have to be so much tougher on these character designs than I usually am, which is why I always say as my disclaimer, when we rate characters, those ratings are exclusive to like that universe essentially. So like they do not do any amount of, hey, this character in this series you gave a 9, but this character in this series you gave an 8, but this is so much stronger, which I don't. All of them are ranked like against each other within their universe. And there are definitely series that I hold to a much higher standard just because they are already successful.
Gary here, brought in the mail. Most of it is junk, including an empty crisp bag, but Therese petitions for you to sign. The first is by the Sea-ish Union for less torment to have enough signatures to officially become a legal group. The second is for a field trip to the rock quarries and is about paying back the monetary value of the rocks I eat.
Wait, hang on, break this down for me real quick, Gary. So hang on. Brought in the mail, I'm proud of you, first off. I'm glad you're doing your chores. Second off, why is there an empty crisp bag in my mailbox, my guy? Who's putting their garbage in my mailbox? That's not nice. There's petitions for me to sign. I'll tell you, I don't give my signature out easy. Okay, for the union, no, we don't participate in things that have that word in it, so false. Second is for a field trip to the rock quarry about paying back monetary value of the rocks I eat? Wait, so you're going on a field trip for school, but they're making you pay back the rocks you've eaten? You don't eat those rocks, you just eat concrete usually. I mean, you're allowed to go on the field trip, and I guess maybe you should atone for your sins of eating rocks, so like we'll sign the second one maybe. Unless it is a thinly veiled guise for them to then lift my signature off of that field trip permission slip and just put it onto the other form, because I low-key feel like they might. I'm on to you, I see you, maybe I sign nothing. Trust no one. Not even your son, apparently. Hires it. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, I hold the date everything character designs to a higher standard than I hold many other games, particularly gacha games, because this whole game is pretty much based in character design. Like, every single character exists to support the concept of the game, which is the game is about creating anthropomorphized or kijinkas out of everyday objects. So if the character designs are not succeeding in doing that, then they would just be totally failing the game and the game wouldn't have worked and the game would have totally flopped. However, the game is really fantastically done. The designs are really solid, really across the board. So I do hold this game to a higher standard as far as the character designs go, but as a result, or not as a result, but still despite doing that, it is really slanted towards doing well. Usually I have some pretty big categories for like my meh category and my thumbs down category, but look how small these are right now at a cast of 100, not many. And then not only do I have a passing category, I had to separate out characters further from passing because I wanted to give them their accolades. Accolades? Like I said this word last week and still didn't know how to say it. Accolades. I wanted to pat them on the back for the strengths of certain character designs even further, just a little bit. In terms of, I love me some campy design. As a character designer, I love exaggerated, on the nose, not so serious design. I love it. I love to see it. So they get their own little category here that I'm so happy about. And then we have our separate category of clever, which these are just designs that I feel like deserve bonus points for the fact that they're doing something very interesting with the way that they have executed their concept that takes it above just being, yeah, great, thumbs up. No. This is like 2 to 3 to maybe 4 thumbs up. I just don't have enough thumbs for that. Gary, can you help? Gary, do you have thumbs? I don't think you do. That's okay. I have enough thumbs for the both of us, but I wish I had 4. So on top of that, we even have a further category for masterclass in design. And these are the designs that I genuinely have nothing to say about modifications in any way, shape, or form for them. Like, these designs to me, mwah, chef's kiss, perfection, beautifully done. Or they're just a fantastic example of something in character design where I feel like our office supply lady really took her concept to the 10th degree, has a really readable design, she had a good silhouette. She was just so cleverly executed. Our ceiling lady, sadly I don't remember all their names, but our ceiling lady is a really fantastic example of how you can have a design that is white on white on white, which is genuinely a hard thing to do. When I say white on white on white, I mean like pale skin tone, white colored hair, and white clothing. It's really hard to make that combo work, but she does it. She makes it work, and it's fantastic, and she sells her concept really well. And then finally, this is our Doom microwave man, and I just thought he was such a good example of how by adding a second layer to his concept, by taking him beyond just being a microwave, it adds so much whimsy, it adds so many fun opportunities for the design and how to execute it. It's fantastic. So here he is up here. We also have the Doug category, which is a little bit strange. We really didn't know how to rate Doug because he is based on a concept and not on an object. And his silhouette is really strange and hard to grade. But he does kind of depict what he is meant to at the same time. So Doug just gets his own entire category. This is the Apple, reverse 1999 Apple, but date everything edition. Yeah, Doug is Doug, and I think he's the only one that goes in this tier, potentially. Oh, thank you guys, people who remember. Penelope of the Office Supplies Girly, Celia the Ceiling, and Luke Nukem. Oh my god, did I even read that his name was Luke Nukem for the microwave? I feel like I would have laughed way harder at that. Maybe I did, maybe I just don't remember. Doug is Doug derogatory? I don't think it's derogatory. I think he is a memorable character design, despite what everyone else may think. So, my other disclaimers here are, hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi, I'm also an art educator, and I have taught character design at the university level. So I am not the end-all be-all when it comes to character design, thoughts or feelings or opinions or gradings or rankings. However, I do have some thoughts and I do have some credentials in this category. This is pretty much what I've done as my full-time job for the last year also. Actually longer than a year at this point. So, disclaimer, I'm Squiiji. I'm a funny little guy. I hold snakes and I eat spiders, so if you don't like what I have to say, that's fine.
Gary has noticed that Gary does not have thumbs.
Hi, Gary.
Not even fingers. Creator has forsaken me. But you know what that means. Gary is a Powerpuff Girl. I must now fight concrete crimes. Flies away dum da ju do da da.
Wait. Gary, you're a Powerpuff Girl? That's actually really cool, and I'm glad that that is the conclusion we come to naturally from the fact that you don't have fingers. That's actually fantastic, and I'm so proud of you. You are made of sugar, spice, everything nice, and also mystery chemical X? I would believe that. Yeah, that would be a fantastic Halloween costume for him. Low-key, he wanted to go as the Nyan Cat for Halloween, but he's already been the Nyan Cat in April, so like, maybe, Gary, you get a different costume. I don't know how I'd put you in that. We'd have to just give you a whole outfit. Chemical S for Squiiji. Mr. Chemical C sounds like something I don't trust. Instead of sugar and spice and nice, it's concrete and concrete. That's concrete, baby. The inky stuff in Gary is Chemical X. I believe that. Did I do all of my disclaimers? Did I have any disclaimers I missed here? Oh, so the things that go into me grading these designs and me ranking them, the things I'm looking for. I would like to see interesting, engaging color palettes. I would like to see strong silhouettes that I can identify these characters just solely on the basis of. I would like to see their designs have clarity, especially when read at a distance, where separate elements aren't sort of blending into each other, having enough detail that, you know, supports the fact that they're interesting without feeling overwhelming, or detail level that is beneficial to the fashion style they are, you know, depicting. I would also like to see the focal point of the design be the face, if at all possible, because, especially in a dating game, like, we are supposed to look characters in the face, in the eyes. That's how we form a relationship with people. The eyes are the window to the soul. So, you can have other areas of the body as secondary focal points. That's okay. So if that is like the assets and stuff like that, that's okay. But the face should still be primary. And then finally, and probably most importantly for this game, I should be able to guess some key things about the concept of the character without having to be told. So I should be able to guess, usually I would say we should be able to guess like species and profession and, you know, things like that. For this game, we should be able to guess with like pretty decent accuracy what the object these characters are based on. Wow, is. Shroom has been launched. Thank you for the warning, Gear. I appreciated you giving me the forethought so I could prepare myself for it. What if they have bangs covering their eyes? That's okay. The face should still be focal though. So those are the things I am looking for here. So I know there were a couple people who weren't super happy with me sticking some characters down here because I fear that there were some missed opportunities. You are welcome to disagree with me about that. If you think that one of these characters deserves to be placed higher, you are welcome to make a case in the comments because I do read them. But be nice. If you're not being nice, I won't read them. But if you're nice, I'll read them. I am not the end all be all, so I'm more than happy to be proven wrong if I've missed something also. Also, hi, Aaron. But I think that is actually my disclaimers. I think that's all of them. So I'm gonna take a sip of my tea and stretch. And also, I was redeemed to eat snack. I actually just ate a snack before I went live, but I will eat a single chocolate chip in appeasement of carrying out my duties as streamer who reacts to the things that are redeemed. Here's my single chalky chip. Drink a little tea. I'm having eggnog flavored tea. Is that concerning to any of you? Eating my knockoff Magnum ice cream. There's knockoffs of ice cream flavors? How does that work? Guess what? Ew. Okay. That is why I alerted you that I'm having it. It's good. I don't know what eggnog is. That's crazy. Eggnog's really good. It's like vanilla-y and cinnamon-y, and I don't really know how to describe it, but it's good. I love that you can see me like doing this. Yep, Keys, I see you, Amber. I got you. I'm aware. I'm following. I'm tracking. I just need to take my sip. I'm so glad that we implemented the emote of keys. I do low-key fear sometimes that shroommates who are not aware that I've permitted everyone to shake keys at me are gonna think we're being like rude. But do be aware, if they start shaking keys at me, especially my mods, that is permitted activity. They're supposed to keep me on track at least a little bit. At least a little bit. Not to knock off the flavor, more like copying how it's made and presented. Interesting. Hang on, I gotta pause for 1 second to blow my nose, and then we're in, and then we're in. There we go. Right as I said I'm over my cold, because I'm talking so much, it did get a little funny for a second. Need a key redeem to go with the emote? I guess we could, but I kind of like just seeing my chat fill up with shaking objects. There we go. So, who next character that we're gonna get to here? Oh, they're right here. Is this fellow a book? It kind of looks like this fellow might be a book. Hate that? Hate what? We hate? The dice? Oh, chance. Oh, is this a board game? It looks sort of like books from here, but... Let's see. Very popular, don't like him. Interesting. Okay. Don't tell me what he is. So just as like a thing for the future, don't tell me what the characters are so that I can guess myself. But I do think I would figure out pretty quickly that this guy is at least tangentially involved in TTRPGs. At least in some capacity involved in that. I gotta move this window around so you can see them properly, but as I just look through and analyze, we have our many different shapes and sizes of dice as bracelets. It looks like this might even be a die as a like pin, or maybe it's not an ascot. What do you call the little like bolo tie? What do you call the piece on a bolo tie? I don't know if this is a bolo tie, but it seems reminiscent of one. Sleeves are maps with the very specific grid style brooch. Maybe a brooch. Lapel? No, lapel I think is the collar. This is the sort of stand that you use when you play D&D. Either this is a book, or this is one of those stands that you set up in front of yourself as the DM in D&D so that your players can't snoop on your notes. And then the whole pants situation is the dye bag. I am intrigued as to what may or may not be going on with the shoes, though. What are those? Let's see if I can scroll down low enough. Like, they look like Powerpuff, or not Powerpuff, they look like Power Ranger shoes. And I guess that they are having the triangle motif that is already repeating elsewhere because of the die shape. But what are those? Check sprites for a better look at the hood. Okay, noted. I like this decision for the pants because it is adding something interesting to silhouette, where I feel like we haven't really had any outfits with like that kind of, pardon my phrasing for it, but I think they're called drop crotch pants. Is that what they're called? I don't think we've had any characters that have that, so it's interesting for silhouette that that's included. I wish maybe it was a little bit more exaggerated into the bag shape, but that's kind of okay. And yeah, they look like a die bag, the dice bag, which is what we would like it to. This opportunity for making the shoes a die tower. Oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was like a die tower that was like wrapping around the leg? That would be crazy, actually. That'd be kind of cool. It seems like the hood is also all of those numbers repeating. I'm interested to know what this character would look like in the round with this kind of shirt on. Like, I feel like this shirt is sort of strange in the round because there's just nothing happening on the back, maybe? Maybe that's okay. Yeah, MC Hammer pants, yes. Kind of shaped like a jester. I am often a fan of colored glasses, which I would say I'm still a fan of here. The hairstyle is decent for the silhouette also. This is a favorite character. Is this a favorite character out of personality, maybe? Or is this a favorite character for design's sake? I'm intrigued to know. There's a sprite with a hood that's more round. Oh, so it's more like die-shaped, I guess. Love that this game was made by a big-name voice actor who just wanted to fill his game with as many voice actors as they could. But, like, honestly, that's so cool because if you participate in any kind of media online at all, there's a voice actor in this that you know. We're like, I think Alex Lee is in here, who I will recognize. Blem is in here. All the voice actors of Reckless Ladybug, I think, are in here. Like, it's cool. Oh, is this Matt Mercer? Really? I mean, that will also be a thing that does cause people to enjoy that. And that does make sense as a choice for Matt Mercer. Truth. Matt Mercer. Okay, we can look at the other sprite real quick just to see the hood on. Whoa! Oh, so the jacket also becomes a cape with this tall collar. These are very much, hang on, can I zoom in? No. Apparently the site is loading. God forbid I try and zoom in. E.g. the quote? Oh, I didn't read the quote. We'll get there. We'll go back. These are like the little like monster explanation guides in the character sheets. We've got our cards, our playing pieces, our minifigures. It's so cute. It's good. I like all the references here. And the glass is glowing in the dark is such a good trope. I'm a fan of this. I'm a fan of this. I feel like this fella could definitely go in the passing category. I don't know that he's doing anything that would really push me to stick him all the way up in clever somewhere, but I would definitely say that he passes without issue. I don't know what I feel that he's missing. Maybe it's just that there's sort of pattern everywhere, and that's a little bit distracting to me. It might just feel like a little bit too much. Where there's pattern on his chest, there's pattern on his sleeves, there's pattern on his pants. That does do at least somewhat of a job at making the face focal because there's less happening here. So by contrast, the face is a little bit focal, but definitely say passes as far as character design goes. That's why it's a fan favorite on design alone. It might also be fan favorite on design alone because a lot of people like tabletop games also. So by, you know, just by that, they're also going to be more predisposed to like this fella. Maybe we can move from Whoa! That's a crazy quote. I'm not reading that. Because you know what would happen? I would read this and somebody would clip me saying that as if that's something I have just said myself, and I'm not doing that. I'm not taking that risk. No squeegee out of context for you, not today. So, keep moving! Who's next? I can't quite tell what's going on from a distance here, but who is this fella? Be a great cosplay though. Honestly, I feel like any of these characters would be a fantastic cosplay, and I'm definitely sad that I saw none of these characters cosplayed when I went to Otakon. I did see somebody carrying around a cardboard cutout of, where is this fella? This fella here. I don't remember what this fella's name was, but that's the only thing I saw in relation to this game when I was at Otakon. Maggie, okay. You almost fell for that. Ha! I will not fall for that. Don't think you can catch me slipping. Let's see. This is Maggie? Wasn't that the Bleem? Is that the Bleem one? I can't remember the Bleem one, but that would be very funny if that was the case also. Seen Betty cosplays online. I don't know who is Betty anymore either, unfortunately. But if you guys have good cosplays and we have time at the end, we could like look at some of them because I feel like that'd be so neat. A lot of these would be crazy to make in real life because they're so exaggerated. Yeah, Squiiji will remain pure, don't worry. I am say so forever. So here's Maggie. I'm gonna make an educated guess that maybe the character who is holding a magnifying glass is also maybe a magnifying glass. The whole hat being a magnifying glass is honestly pretty good for silhouette. I'm a fan of that. I feel like we could have done a little bit more with it maybe though. But I guess there's not that much to work with a magnifying glass, is there? Where we are doing a good job of conveying like smooth, slippery surface of glass in the clothing, the handle being repeated by just making the legs dark. We've got the handle shape happening in the boots, boots without the fur. The hat becoming a magnifying glass with tears on it is cute. She meant to be a little Carmen Sandiego. Am I seeing things? No, I was kind of seeing that too. When I see a girly with this style of hat, especially with it like tilted, I also see a little Carmen Sandiego. But I don't know enough about this character to know if that was the intent of it. The character designer retweeted a Telly cosplay. The hair was on point. I am now recently following the character designer on Twitter just to snoop on them, so I will have to keep an eye out. She's kind of a private investigator detective type. I mean, that would make sense for somebody who is meant to be a magnifying glass, and she seems a little mysterious by the fact that her face is a little bit cast in shadow, big hat tilted over one eye. Intriguing. E-boy tears, thank you for following. Also, Art Not Mart, XOXO10, thank you also for following. Or 12, sorry, I got your numbers wrong there. I got your number, don't worry, I figured it out. But yeah, makes sense as a detective. I enjoy that we have added at least like a secondary motif by having some sort of scrolling gold detailing on the wrists. Man, the shading on this is so nice. The ability of the character designer, Nijuku, I don't know how to say their name properly. Nijuku, I think, to render material properties is fantastic. It is beautiful and lovely in every single one of these, and I'm so happy to see it each time. Yeah, I would say that this passes. No issue in passing. I feel like some of them do struggle with the fact that like a magnifying glass is so simple as an object that it's kind of hard to extrapolate that as far as maybe you can with others, which I think might be one of the opportunities where we might need to bring in a little bit more of like what the microwave guy did, where we just add another layer that allows us to repeat things in more different ways, which they've kind of done here. They make her a detective. I think that helps in some capacity. Her silhouette's pretty good. Her head's focal because her hair is bright colored. I don't know, she just doesn't hit home the way that some of the other ones do. Some of the other ones tickle my fancy just a little bit more in a character design front. Shading metal's tough. I agree, but all of you, any of you, if you would like to get better at rendering material properties, this is like the most hated assignment I ever gave when I was teaching digital painting, but like everyone thanked me for it by the end of the semester. And everybody, I get like emails every once in a while still to this day where someone will be like, hey, I just got a job doing something and it was because I can draw Jello really well. Do yourself a favor and do one of those like 100 material study orb things. Have you ever seen that? I used to assign that for digital painting, where you have an orb and you go find images online that are a reference of whatever material it is, and you just do like reference studies of it essentially, until you get like an orb you're happy with that looks like it's constructed of that material, and you do it 100 times. It was my assignment that I had that transcended the entire semester. So it was like, okay, day 1, be aware, start. But it's not that bad. Honestly, they didn't have to be like super detailed. But it was something where if you sat down and were focused, you could probably make one in like an hour, perhaps. And we didn't really have any other homework other than that. So, do it. Try it. If you want to get better at rendering materials like this, that's a good exercise to do. Maybe I'll do that exercise someday on stream. I love drawing glass, so like maybe I do it with glass or yeah, like Jello, like I said. I think my sample was cheese even. Can you give me a traditional art version of that? Do it with traditional art. I've done it in watercolor. I've done it in watercolor paint. You can still do the same thing. Wow! You can still do the exact same thing. Traditionally also. It's doable. You might just have to like make a circle mask that you can use to like trace your circles out, but yeah. It's doable. I promise. So let's keep moving. My quick aside over. Who is this fella? Seems like a record player from here, mayhaps? Rainey, okay. I forget what that name means in relation to it. Maggie for a magnifying glass makes sense. R-A-I-N-E-Y. Rainey. For a record player. Am I missing a pun there? I might be. But she is definitely a record player. Oh yeah, record player. Okay. Clearly. I enjoy, once again, using the objects as hats. I feel like it's always going to be doing something very interesting for the silhouette. So her silhouette kills immediately. Is she a flapper? I think she might be a flapper just based on the hairstyle. She's got her little fan, based on also the cut of the dress. I'm gonna guess flapper also, which having a dancer from an era when record players were probably in use for a record player, I feel like is a good combo of ideas here. Some of the fashion choices for some of the characters in the game got a little bit samey for me, so I'm very happy to see this. Using the record texture to make like the, I don't know if bib is the right word, but like the top part of the dress over the collarbones. The repetition down here does feel a little bit feathery, which is really cute. The fan being constructed of the albums themselves with the records coming out of them. We've got the end of like what do you call it? Like the horn that was used in older ones where we're using like physical magnification of sound as opposed to like digital techniques, using physical techniques, mechanical techniques to amplify sound for her little wrist guards. Is cute. We zoom in. I want to see if there's any other things. We've got dials. This is the pattern that you often find on very old speakers. My grandparents have speakers that have that on it. I say very old, like we're talking like 80s speakers. I believe, at least. That's maybe not very old, but very old in contrast to... Actually, wait, those speakers are way older than the 80s. That's not true at all. I've lied to you. So one of them is attached to it. Maybe it's way older than the 80s. That might make more sense. Her name is a reference to Ma Rainey, a blues recording artist. Interesting! I didn't know that. I'm gonna Google. Ma Rainey. Oh, she kind of looks like her too. She's got like the same like headband style on and a similar haircut. That's neat. I love they're paying homage to real people in this too. Oh wait, I feel like I've definitely seen at least one of these images here before. Interesting, but that's cool. Her earrings are brass cylinders. Are they also? I don't think they are. Are they? I can't tell. We're not close enough. Her headband also seems like it might have something going on with the patterning that relates to musical notes, but I'm not certain from here. Rainey's specifically named after American blues singer, early recording artist, who later became the subject of an award-winning play about her recording to a record. Interesting. I wonder if what I had seen before was something about that play, maybe. I was a theater kid at one point in time. She had a brain injury because she was knocked down from a dresser. Oh no, girly! No! Not the concussion! I know how that goes, though. Buttons are like the knobs on a mixer. Yeah! Why have buttons on a design when we can replace them with other similarly shaped objects on the same design? And also her skirt is like how you store the album, sort of upright. They've got all their little spine designs that are very thin. Or are they cables? I think these are just the spines, but they're sort of upright in storage. But maybe they're cables? I'm not certain. Record shelf, okay. Alternate outfit in a tuxedo, very cute. Oh, see, I will look at a full alternate outfit also. I am happy to check out a full alternate outfit. Let's see. And a tux. Oh, she's so cute. I like her poses. Oh, wait, hang on. Was it somewhere else? Tuxedo. Yep, we got a whole other tab. Ooh! Oh, she's so cool. She's using the needle arm as a cane, which is so cute. She's got more like record patterning inside her clothing still. We're using the sliders. I don't know why I can't zoom in on these. We're using the sliders to be sort of like the trim on her jacket. Oh, this is so nice too. I love these. I love her. She definitely, I think, goes up into clever for me. At least. And granted, there's no order happening right now in these categories. They're just kind of here. Yeah, continuing to use the knobs as the buttons. Continuing to use the gramophone. Or not gramophone, is that what it's called? Like the bell that they use to magnify the audio? That. But yeah, we've got a top hat now. Oh, she's so cute. I love her. She's very simplified also in this form, where there's a lot less detail going on, but it does make the upper half of her body a lot more focal too at the same time. She is struggling a little bit with the men's formal wear struggle, which is that there's not a lot happening in the lower body, but the insides of her coattails having something happening on them is very good for it. Yeah! Yeah, this game does get a really good mix of clever and campy. So many of them are just a success in my book in those departments. So, yay! Good work, Rainey! It's Richie just a concert with a piano? Wait, that's so cute. This was the piano, right? Or she just, no, yeah, this is the piano. I love that they have interactions and friendships also. Flower-shaped part of the gramophone is a horn or pavilion? Pavillon? Pavillon? I can't read that word. Is that pavilion? Horn, I guess, would make sense also as the word for it. Let's see, who's next? Oh, another potentially maybe music-themed fella? Maybe? Who is this fella? Who's this guy with the big old powdered wig? Scandalabra. Oh wait, not music themed. Is this gonna be a candle? What? That's a crazy name also. How do you, what? Scandalabra. Is this fella involved in scandals? Yeah, this is definitely based in a candle in some capacity. I'm seeing wax dripping. This reminds me of, who's the one guy from the Barbie movie? He's in one of the Barbie movies where he looks so smug and gossipy and he looks like kind of offended half the time. What is that guy? Preminger, is that what his name is? This reminds me of him. Is this a particular kind of trope for a character? Princess and the Pauper villain. Is it really Princess and the Pauper villain? I feel like I've seen Princess and the Pauper. Why don't I recognize it? But that's funny. It does seem to be him. This is just, I guess, a specific dress style from a time period, probably, that I am just not as familiar with, maybe, but interesting. Let's zoom about and see what we're seeing that is working in the design, because I think he is a candle. It says the object is a wick. John Wick is the alter ego, which is very interesting. The spec category is sass. Oh my god, this is Ray Chase. Pull a picture of Preminger? Sure. Yep, that's it. Reminds me of Lumiere's human form. Also reminds me a little bit of Lumiere's human form. Human form. L-U-M-I-E-A. Nope. Lumiere. Human. Oh, not as much as I thought, actually. I thought Lumiere... Like, I see it. Just a little bit. I think it's the pants shape, but not as much as I thought, potentially. Scandalabra, what a name. Hi, Ray Chase. So, a wick. What do we mean by wick? Like, just a candle wick? Like, just that part of it? Or, Whenever I see Preminger, I think of the theater YouTube that spent an hour dissecting his villain song. An hour? I say as if I don't spend hours and hours doing many things, but that does sound like a fantastic video. I love me a weird, long video essay of something incredibly niche. He's pretending to be high-class snoot when he's really just some guy from New Jersey. Oh my god, is Ray Chase doing a New Jersey accent for this character? Because that would be really funny. He's the whole Candelabra, not the wick. Okay, so as far as the hints that this fella is a Candelabra, I know that, like, candelabras, the way that they are shaped, they do usually have this sort of thing where they're sort of tapering to a wider point where the candle itself would rest in it. So I can see that happening on the sleeves. I can see, now that we're not on a black background, that there is actually fully a wick in the hair. But I wish that we would have used some of those material properties that we talked about before to give this hair a waxy feeling. I feel like that would have done so much just by modifying the texture a little bit to just make it a little bit more waxy feeling. Because right now it doesn't feel like as maybe like solid. Wax has a really interesting surface property where has like subsurface scattering. It's not like really shiny. It's like kind of matte, but not really. It still bounces some light in an interesting way. And I feel like that would have been really nice here. Also for differentiating it from the collar as far as the color goes. We'll say the face is pretty focal for being the only thing in that really warm, peachy color undertone. The dripping pattern that's repeated from the top to the bottom does help me to identify that this is a candle. I don't know, I feel like I'm still missing something here, but I do appreciate the more varied fashion style happening. I feel like there's some styles we've seen quite often or quite frequently, especially in the jacket styles, but this is fresh. This is fresh compared to all of those. Can't believe I fell asleep. Hi Hoshi, it's okay. Check his alter ego. We were not intending to check the alter egos on stream because that would definitely make things take too long. And then also because it's a spoiler. And the game came out recently enough that I don't want to spoil it for people potentially. But I did say that someday down the road, maybe in like a couple months or something, we could come back once people have had more time to experience the game so that we can look at the alter egos or like the human birds. Wait, alter ego, not realization. Wait, are those different? Is that a different thing? Hang on, I can check. If it's not the same thing, if it's not a spoiler. Oh no, there's John Wick, okay. This just looks like the same character, but sad. Why do you look sad? Why is your alter ego just you, but standing with worse posture? This fella's going through it. There's not really much of a change in design, but it does at least make the sleeves easier to read as being the like supportive parts of a candelabra. And he drops the fake snootiness, okay. Slightly melted hair. Okay, I see the hair being slightly melted. I do think that helps just a little bit. I don't know. Could you help her frozen? No! No! Wait, do they not have the YouTube chat is frozen? YouTube chat's now a void on the screen? Why is that happening? Hello? That is so strange. It might just take a minute to catch up the YouTube chat. Yeah, wait, it's just behind. It's just behind, I think. Give it a second. Yeah, it's back. So John Wick isn't exactly a John Wick reference, I guess. Yeah, I think it's just a name reference, mayhaps. They move the sprites to the John Wick tab? I don't know. Is there something else I should be seeing here for John Wick? It's only sprites with the hair a little bit melted. The change isn't too extreme. I don't know. I feel like I might have wanted to see just a little bit more from this one. Whether it be more texture in the hair or something, but I feel like this one's really close. I think this one's mostly good and interesting. The silhouette is interesting. Maybe a little more exaggeration on the sleeves, so we can really push that that is what that part of the candelabra is. The shoes having that sort of like ruching shape on them a little bit, I think does help also mimic the base. I feel like we could have gone way campier on this. We could have gone more exaggerated, and it would have been fun. But that's okay. I think the name was a joke. Says his real name isn't special, then gives the name of a cool action hero. Honestly, understandable. I would much rather give the name of an cool action hero than me. Oh, is this Betty? Somebody's saying Betty for the next one. Oh, Skull Buddy? Or is it Betty? Wait, Betty is next? Is that what this character's name is, or did I just misread? Betty. Betty? Okay, Betty, you're all excited. Is this a favorite that I wasn't aware is a favorite, mayhaps? Oh, she's cute. Oh, I'm not reading that quote. Oh, I see. So she is a bed. Very popular. Okay, let's see if I can break down why she might be popular. Just based on character design, mayhaps. Betty was the first I heard of. Really? I have never seen this character before in my life. I have never seen this character. I think the only characters that I'd seen in advance of this game, or of doing the streams for this, were I saw the character that looks like Merryweather Media. Where's Mary? I can't find him now. The Clock. Seems like Timothy or something. I don't remember. The Clock fella I'd seen before. I had seen, like only like one or two others maybe before. I saw these two before, but that was because I watched Wilhelm Vanderboss date these ones on stream. Merryweather is not in the game. It's not actually Merryweather. It's just a character that kind of looks like him. But yeah, I've never seen this girlie before. I don't think I'd seen a lot of them. One of the first 4 characters you meet. Okay, good to know. So let's just kind of go through what we see going on here. She's got a little bit of messy bed head. I think that makes sense for the fact that she is a bed. She has sort of the top part of her, I don't know what to call this, like almost like long jacket or cloak, is a pillow. This is a fitted sheet, which I love that they're doing that with the shape language. It's so big and billowy. It feels very comfortable. Duvet. Yeah, I guess it is kind of a duvet also. The corset is supposed to be, have you guys ever put together a bed frame before? You ever put together a bed frame? Bed frames usually are a metal sort of like long rectangle thing, and then they've got these little gaps in them where you put the slats, where you put all the little like wooden pieces in there. So that's what these are, which is interesting. I have a question for fashion fungi, because this is meant to be a corset, which is a supportive, like, you know, piece of the wardrobe, right? My question is, would it not have made sense to maybe run the slats the opposite direction? So that way they sort of fill the same role as, what do you call them? The boning in corsets? Or does boning also run horizontally in corsets? I am not a big knower about corsets. I know that that's one area of fashion design where there's a lot of contention, because there's a lot of people who think they know what's going on with those and they don't. But like, that's just like one of those things where I'm like, that might be interesting, but maybe it's because they're banking on us. Yeah, it might be less easily identifiable if it weren't horizontal like this. I don't know. And then this to me reads as like a lot of the bed frames, like the frame itself folds in half at a pivot, so I'm gonna guess that that might be what that is. This is probably in reference to like the headboard of the bed or something, which I wish was maybe just a little bit more ornate to convey that, but that's okay. We have one of those like padded mattress covers, maybe just like a mattress quilted texture on the athleisure leggings. I love the shoes though. We've got pillow stuffing and coils. We have the springs from the inside. You know this girlie is walking and like bouncing as she walks, which I think is so funny. Betty in top tiers, or I'm unsubscribing. I don't fall for bribery. I do not fall for bribery. Be aware. I don't fall for bribery. More corset-like for them to be vertical, diagonal, but I think it's intentional reference to the frame. Okay. Boning can be either way, but it's mostly vertical. Ah, okay. I'm glad I asked. Fall for bribery? No. I wasn't even subbed. Oh! You thought you were gonna get me, huh? No. I'm the one who gets others. You won't get me. Okay, is there anything else that I have missed going over that is a hint towards her concept? Oh, she's got pillows as a headband in her hair. So, here's my thoughts. I think that for silhouette, she's very interesting. I love how round they made her in her shape language as well. I feel like her color design is just a little strange, a little bit unexpected, but in a way where I'm not sure it entirely works for me. Where this particular shade of brown, I get that they're probably trying to distance this undertone from the skin tone, but I feel like maybe a little bit more washed out of a brown might have been nicer. I don't know, we've got the pink, blue, white color palette and then one big spot of brown, where because the brown isn't really anywhere else, I really focally am really looking there. And she's a redhead, so I should look her in the face, but the brown just unfortunately feels a little bit out of place. I wonder if it may have been, like, you know, if we wanted to keep the brown, because I feel like that is still an important color. If I think of a just stock standard bed frame in my head, or like headboard for a bed, I do think of kind of that color brown, which does make me wonder, maybe, you know, we could make it cooler to make it match the rest of the colors, or alternatively, maybe we just warm up the blue and the pink in the hair, so that way it feels also less at odds from that. But I think that that's like my only real concern here, despite the fact that there is a good amount of like white against white against white. They have taken the shading colors dark enough that I'm not having any trouble reading the edges of objects. So that works out okay. But yeah, so yeah, our eyes are going here. Is that maybe also partially related to why she's popular in some capacity? Who knows? Not I doesn't know. But I mean, I'll say she passes. No need for rioting. I would say she passes. I would say I might push her to clever if I thought that the corset was working a little bit more specifically. And I feel like we could have incorporated the quilting in a little bit more maybe interesting of a way, but like she definitely still passes. I still can guess what her design is. Her silhouette is interesting. I think it's just the color thing for me, maybe. Mine's very smart. She's using a mattress protector as a cloak. Or yeah, just like, I guess like a fitted sheet also. Acceptable, has a nice day. I'm glad I got your approval. Thanks. That's the number one reason I come on the internet. I need everyone to tell me they approve of my decisions. Thanks. I'm lying. I actually don't need that. Sending her a quote that might be intentional. Whoa. Whoa. Implying that you already have a relationship with her when you first meet her is crazy. Clampy? That's a new category. I don't know about that one. Whoa, that's a really large bird. Hi. There's a really large bird in the tree outside my apartment. I don't know what it is. Might be a female turkey? Question mark? How strange. Interesting. I'll keep an eye on you. Who's next? I say minor bird segue. Bird's coming to take the shroom. No, don't eat me! I'm not delicious, I swear! It's not worth it! Next is Diana, okay. Did I use enough N's in that? Yeah. There we go. Content aware has given me a tickle. Marked as content aware? Oh, okay. Why is there always sand where sand should never be? What do you mean sand? Hi, Diana. You're definitely a book of some sort. Why is it not letting me zoom in today? Hello? There we go. Okay. It's really thinking about letting me zoom in. Definitely a book of some kind. Lots of writing. I enjoy extensively the amount of asymmetry they've put into this one. The silhouette is crazy. I will say, the silhouette might be really comparable or kind of similar to this one because the hair is rendered very similar to the scribbles of before. We have repeated once again using text on skin as tattoos, which is interesting. Yeah, I am looking at the locks, which does push me in the direction of thinking that this might be a diary. Also because like the bands are a part of locking it on her, but let me just tell you something right here, which is that I don't think diaries are locked like that, are they? My diary, when I was a kid, maybe they are, maybe they do have like a physical lock in them, but like my diary as a kid had like a little clasp where like you put the little like, I almost made a really bad hand gesture. That doesn't help. They like interlocked. No, EG, say so. They like interlocked and then you would lock it there. There was no like thing overlapped and had a physical lock on it, but that might just be my experience with it. Mine had a lock like that? Okay, if they do, I'm willing to believe it. So the belts and the locks, I think, definitely push us in that direction. I do think there could be a funny opportunity for some of the text being shown in a manner where it would be like, you know, the first page of your diary, despite it being locked, usually was like a, do not look any further. This is so-and-so's diary. Do not look at them. Which that might have just been funny to have as text on one of those, or like a big X, or, you know, what do you fill your diary with if not hearts about people and like doodles and who you had a crush on as a little kid and I'm angry at my friend. Like, I feel like I am getting some level of personality from the text with things being crossed out. Some of this text seems like it was written much more hastily, but I wish that maybe there was more specific things depicted on the paper, maybe. I feel like that could have been a fun opportunity, just have a little more Easter eggs happening, you know? If you've ever brought a sketchbook to the beach, her line makes sense. I've brought a sketchbook to the beach. I bring my sketchbook everywhere, actually, but I've never had a problem with a sketchbook having sand in it. Granted, though, my sketchbooks are all spiral bound, so maybe that's like a... gestures vaguely. Maybe that's an issue for books that are like more traditionally bound, maybe? Lines in game are like written stream of conscious. That's nice also just as like a writing thing for her, where she's written in an interesting way that also relates to her character. I don't know. Very wacky and whimsical because her personality is meant to be based on ramblings. So I think we are therefore getting a good read on the concept and a good read on personality from it. Is she meant to have any other things going on as far as profession goes? She seems just a little bit like gestury. Maybe it's just the hat. But she's my favorite detail in the game is with one of her tattoos. She has the letter T. She has the letter T. It looks like, oh, I guess she is probably meant to be, yeah, Mad Hatter. Because she also has if we zoom in, she has the rabbit and she has the Cheshire Cat also drawn on her. So I see what you mean. Being a little bit off kilter as a diary and having all the crazy ramblings that go into it, that works, that makes sense. I see it. Beat me to it, that's okay. Her face is surprisingly focal. Once again, I think that this artist does a really good job of balancing color undertone, which is why the faces tend to be focal, even when there's a ton of detail happening. Because this peach undertone that the skin is really isn't appearing much else other than the skin. And we have some of the darkest area of the design, the hair. The hair is very detailed, but it's right next to the face, so the face still ends up being pretty focal for me, despite all these blues surrounding it. So honestly, checks out for me. I think I could put this one into clever. I do enjoy the way that they're using like the bound aspect of, you know, how we were closing and locking the journal to be functional. It is holding the clothing on. And we've got like this ruffled texture between like the outer composition of her garment where it's reading like pages. So by getting that sort of congruent design of paper, but also fabric, both working at the same time. Good, interesting, neat, good asymmetry. Clever. Not extreme enough for me to call it campy though. That's Scandalabra's job? Scandalabra is the town gossip. Oh no. Other sprites show for personality, but that's good. I'm glad that also the artist or the character designer, whoever's illustrating them, also does pay attention to selling us the character through the poses. That's very cute. Oh yeah, we're pondering, we're thinking about it. Oh, the socks also being like crushed, crumpled paper that was torn up and thrown out. Nice. Okay. Who's next? Let's see. Oh, magical girl! We got a magical girl next. Who is Hiroheime? Oh, okay, yep. She's so Sailor Moon in her silhouette. She's just like double Sailor Moon. Oh, I love that they changed the art style also for the eyes for this. This is fantastic. She is a tennis player, it seems like, but I love that they made her a magical girl. Is she voiced by Sailor Moon? Is she really? Oh, Stephanie, yeah. She is. Extremely late game, so super spoiler. Oh, well, I mean, do be aware we are looking at all of the characters, theoretically, so just know that all of the characters will be here. But this is so cute. What is she, though? It says she's just an anime figurine, but why is she tennis-themed? Sailor Moon, cartoon after Sakura, yes! She's got her shoes with the wings so she can fly. She's got cat leggings on, or the cat socks, which is a fantastic anime trope that I always love to see. Her tennis racket is also kitty cat themed, with having the little ears. The tennis balls mimicking Sailor Moon's space buns. She's got a sweatband on her forehead to mimic Sailor Moon's thing. This is fantastic, actually. I love this. Figure of an in-game anime. Ah, so she's from a sports anime, but it's like a magical girl sports anime. Her clothing, the lines on it are shaped like the tennis court. This is actually so fantastic. The tennis ball cat sidekick. I love everything about this. There's repetition in motif coming from the heart that is showing up. It's built physically into the tennis racket. The star, I think, is only showing up once, which I wish was repeated more. But the cat motif is also showing up in a couple places. I kind of love her. This is kind of one of my favorites. She is slay. She's got the whole, like, net from the center across her waist for the ribbon. I wish they would have continued that for the ribbon back here. And then the twin tails, her silhouette is so good. She's so strong. They have made her distinct enough that she isn't gonna read as Miku or Sailor Moon entirely in silhouette because of her skirt shape being more exaggerated. Her big frilly ribbon, her kept her Sakura shoes with wings on them. This is fantastic. I adore everything about this. I don't know if this quite qualifies as masterclass in design, but I adore this. This would go near the top of the EG picks, which tend to be in this category, it seems like. Yeah, her lines on her dress are based on a tennis court. How do I see her companion? Is her companion also in here if I look in her sprite gallery? Does not appear to be. Aw, her poses, look at her. She is such a magical girl. That's good foreshortening. Echo Baru. Okay, I might have to search it separately in here because it seems like it's not in the poses. Oh, she's so good in her anime styling. That bird is still out there. Hello. I don't know what your deal is. Leave me alone. There's a JoJo reference? Is there really a JoJo reference? Which one is the JoJo reference? I don't recognize any of these as being a JoJo reference, but granted, I am not the most well-versed in JoJo. Unfortunately. I would only recognize the, like, one particular JoJo pose. Maybe look up Nekobaru? Oh, it did autofill for me. Nice. Main page at the bottom. Okay. Oh, main page of her. We'll go there. As soon as this loads. Is my Wi-Fi causing troubles for you? Is my stream behind? Can we do like a latency check? Oh my god. When you said, oh, beep? Okay, so it's actually fine. It actually seems like there's no latency. Chrome just doesn't want to load for some reason. Peculiar. This is not at all what I thought when you guys said tennis ball companion. This is a cat tennis ball with the cat ears and a face? That is so funny. If this had its own character here, this would for sure go in the Doug category. What? I love this. This is the face of a character that has been hit by a tennis racket too many times and is not happy about it. This fella is not dateable. Yeah, very stern, very tired mentor. I love also when magical girls get their companion and it's not the stereotypical like, cutesy, everything's great, I'm helping you, like little companion. Not saying I like QB. I don't like the guy from Madoka. We don't like him. However, you know, I love Karo-chan, or yeah, Karo, right? Is the one from Character Sakura? I love them, but I love a like disgruntled or like sleepy or tired or slightly out of sorts funny little mascot character. They're so cute. I feel like I shouldn't look at the realized forms for them, but this is not a dateable character. So like, close your eyes real quick for me. Wait, did I see that for real? This is Robbie Damon. Damon? Really? That's fantastic. Shield your eyes if you don't want to see the realized one. I just want to know what this looks like as a human. I really just want to know what this looks like as a human, because the gimmick usually is that it's an object and then becomes human. Oh, he's one of the devs? I didn't realize Robbie was one of the devs. I didn't know that. Good work, my man. Hang on. Close your eyes if you don't want to see the realized form. I'll alert you when it's over. Close eyes. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I'm not gonna say anything out loud that would tell you about what I'm currently seeing, so that way if you close your eyes and are still listening in to try and figure out what's going on, you still won't be spoiled, but totally not at all what I was expecting. I mean, kind of what I was expecting. That's wild, actually. I appreciate, we're gonna talk vaguely. I appreciate that they added trims to the clothing with these sort of pink lines so that way we're not just losing green on green. And this does look like a disgruntled mentor, like tennis coach. So like, I see what's going on. Hello, Tony the Tiger. I will navigate us away from this though. You can return now. He's no longer visible. Oh, we got a drive-by dad joke? Really? Let's see. Last year for 2 weeks after New Year's, every picture my friend would send me was always fuzzy and pixelated, but then they went back to normal. I asked him what was up with that, and he said, oh yeah, I gave up on that. It was my New Year's resolution. You were trying a new resolution for the new year. Thank you for your drive-by dad joke. That's very good. Also, thank you. I appreciate you like my model. I made it myself. Thank you. The fact that he takes on that form IRL makes me concerned. Why does that concern you? I don't think that's very concerning. Teddy is next. Boy, I wonder what this character is. Man, this wiki is having trouble loading today. I love that the Shroommates are giving a round of applause to the dad joke. You guys are so kind and supportive, and I'm here for it. Honestly, I'll give a round of applause too. So, Teddy, next. Clearly a teddy bear. We've looked at enough teddy bear styled VTubers that I have a lot of thoughts about how to design teddy bear themed characters. Honestly, oh, hiccup, that was awful. That was a really strange hiccup. Honestly, I think this is doing a lot of the things that we are often telling VTubers who are stuffed animals to do, which is fantastic. I'm happy to see it. I'm here for it. So, nice, plush, soft fur texture for the jacket, big exaggerated shape for the silhouette. Good. I'm intrigued by what's happening on top of the head because for a second I thought this was his hair coming through the hat. Is that true? Is that his hair coming through the hat? Or are these like actually real ears? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they Afro puffs as ears or are they ears? Because the way they're shaded makes it hard to tell. But honestly, they kind of are both. Why not both? But that is clever. That is neat. Having those cutouts in a hat is kind of funny. But it works. It's giving the right silhouette. I love that they were not afraid also to add like a big old endearing bow. And it's so shiny in that way that like older style stuffed animal accessories were. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel like when I was a kid, I had stuffed cats that had these like really like satiny bows or like collars on them. And I feel like they don't do that as a texture anymore for a lot of stuffed animals, at least the ones that we've gotten for like younger cousins and stuff like that recently. I feel like it's not like that texture is something that's going to inspire that amount of like nostalgia maybe if you had them. Yeah, Silver Bear with the big old blue satin bow. Yeah, I had a cute little kitty that I named Sagwa after Sagwa, the cat from the animated show, and also I believe from I don't know if it counts as folklore. Sagwa. It was a PBS show, I think. But the cat was not her. The cat was just named her. Yeah, Sagwa the Chinese Siamese cat. Yes. I loved it. It was such a good show. The intro theme, fantastic. But the cat that I named after her had like a nice bow that was of that texture. So that's what I think of when I see it. Having the tears in it. This is a very well-loved teddy bear. I like that we're getting this negative space where we can see the stitching pulling. We can see the construction lines of the jacket too, with that sort of old style of stitching too. The tag! We're always telling VTubers who have plushie, like, as a part of their concept to put the tag on. This man's got the tag already, and it's right in the seam of the leg of the pants, which is fantastic. It's adding the silhouette in an interesting way. I'm happy about it. I'm here for it. Also, the inside shirt being white, as if it is the cotton stuffing. Good. Hell yeah. Let me look down at the shoes. Just more, I guess, comfy clothing. I sure hope, pretty please, I beg of you, please tell me that the bottom of the shoes have like paw prints on them or something, because I feel like that's another classic toy animal thing, is that I also had a lot of like cats that would have just like an embroidered little like paw pad on them, or they'd have like the little embroidered like single stitch toes. I hope that is there. Oh, we don't see it. No! I feel like they could have gone for like the, you know what I mean? Where they would have like a single embroidered, like, it's just one stitch that would just loop over the edge of a toe. A lot of my stuffed cats had that. I pretty much only had stuffed cats. I do have to warn you. But I feel like that might have just been like one of those like final little things that would have been fantastic for this. But honestly, this is clever. I think this has executed all the things that I love to see when we're interpreting plushies into characters. It's lovely. I'm here for it. Color design is very warm. The fact that the hat is the only thing that is this sort of teal undertone also does a really good job of making us look this fella in the face. Fantastic. Imagine the paws. Yeah, in my brain, there are paws. There are paws. In my brain, there are paws. If we draw fan art of this character, you should definitely put paw pads on the bottom of the shoes. I'm putting this thought into your brains right now. Stuffed cats are goated. Why, thank you. I'm glad you approve of my choice of stuffed animals from like 12 years ago.
I'm barely ready.
Bear with me! Did I say bear with me at all while talking about this? That's like one of my favorite, most repeated phrases. Hello. This is true though. You're barely even ready. That's a good pun. I like having that one. The next one is the Hanks. What do you mean the Hanks? Oh, I see what you mean by the Hanks now. Because there's a bunch of them. Tells you bedtime stories. Oh, wait, that is so sweet. That is cute. Is he friends with the bed? Because I feel like they'd both be hanging out in the same room, maybe. Can't bear these puns anymore. Yes, you can! You can bear them. I'm sure you can. The bear is with me. The bear can stand the puns. The bear is a fan of the puns, actually. I promise. He told me himself. Green and yellow makes me think of corduroy. Ah, which I bet is also sort of leaning into the nostalgia of an old teddy bear a little bit too for us, right? What other characters have... Yep, Hanks. Nice. What are you? Oh. Wait, this is so funny as like a group concept, actually, because I feel like, yeah, this is one of those objects that there's never just one of. They are like Power Rangers. They are all like, they each have their own specific color, but none of them is monochromatic. They all have a primary and secondary color. All of them appear to also be designed with complementary colors in mind, and they're all seemingly different hangers also. Look at this. So this fella right here, the redhead, is like pants hanger. So we've added the pants hanger little clippies to the shoulders for silhouette, and like, I guess this is like a bar of some sort. I feel like pants hangers sometimes have a thing that like drops down a little bit on them. Then our front fella is sort of more of like a stock standard hanger that you use for like formal wear. They're those like really plasticky hangers. This fella...
Here are extreme sports adrenaline junkies.
Pardon me, Gary? What was that? What was that, Gary? Gary, slow down when you're talking. But did we approve something? Something might have not gone through. Every time we approve a message in chat that didn't go through, for some reason Gary reads it out loud, but not as himself. He like takes on another persona to read it. Interesting. No, you don't need to be sorry. It's okay, don't worry. But that's so goofy. Okay, Gary. This fella is like the type of hanger you want to use for something that's like a tank top, so you can slide it into the little edges. Using the hangers in multiple ways for positive and negative space is also so interesting. Their heads are all coming out through the hole of the hanger, but sometimes we're filling the inside of the hanger. Sometimes we're repeating the shape of the hanger and filling between them. Not all of them have the exact same patterning either. These ones are being used to hold like belts and stuff. being latched across the center of the body like it is actually serving a function, holding the clothing on the body. The back of the wrist being cut out and hanger shaped. There's a lot of good things happening here. These are quite interesting. I feel like I maybe want a little bit more from their shape language individually, or like a little bit more for their silhouettes, because I fear that by being sort of these classic superheroes, there's not a lot happening in their silhouettes. It's very sleek. Their hairstyles are at least interesting and varied, where we've got like a looser wave, we've got tighter. Actually, what is that? Is this locks? Might be locks. But the hairstyles have enough variation that we could differentiate them from each other just based in silhouette, which is good. But I still wish that we maybe had a little more variety in silhouette, potentially, maybe, please. Also, one of them's missing a tooth. What happened? My guy, what are you doing? Why are you missing a tooth? Some of them died? What? There were more of them? What do you mean? A spoiler, I guess. Huh? Extreme sports guys. Hangers. They, he, them? Hive mind. Whoa, they're a hive mind? That's crazy, actually. Hank 6 melted? Oh my God. Also, yeah, the return of Robbie Damon again. Robbie's everywhere. That is crazy. Okay. You know, I guess extreme sports, you do dress like this for them. Like Evel Knievel, I feel like was an exception, but people who do like crazy like motorcycle stunts or like anything of that sort do tend to wear clothing that's pretty close to the body. Like those crazy like skydive, like suit guys, any of them. Because I guess when you don't have billowing clothing, there's probably a little bit less risk associated with it, where you aren't gonna get tangled into an object. So I guess that does check out, but I do still just yearn for maybe a little bit more variety in silhouette. Just a little bit, just a little bit, potentially. Hank 3 is a freak. All of them, I got them switched. Do not like Hank 3. I do like Hank 5. Are they all separate in personalities? Hank 3 is too freaky. Okay. Wait. Yo, check it. Clean. Quick dudes clean up. We've got company. Real fine company. How's it hanging? Okay. In the photos where they're doing sports, they also wear helmets. Safety second. Well, that's not safety second. If they're doing the sports and wearing the helmets, that means they are doing safety first. It just means that we're not encountering them while they're doing sports. I would say this passes, but this is like hard to grade because this is like 5 guys in one as one fella, one hive mind. I do just want to really quickly see, do they have like individual sprites? No, oh, but they do have their helmets. Wait, actually? The helmets being top of the hanger is fantastic. Yeah, if only they made good burgers. Man, I have the business proposition for these fellas if they could make burgers. It'd be fantastic for them. That'd be much safer. I don't know how much adrenaline there is to be had in burger, however. Yeah, they do kind of look like Teletubbies here, which is funny. Their little hook hat helmets. This also seems like a hazard. Interesting. Hank 3 is the freaky one because he's a pants hanger. Oh, so, okay, so this one. Okay. Like a poly frat? Interesting. They have poses that focus on different ones. Do they? Oh, wait, yeah. Here's Hank 1. Here's Hank 2. Here's Hank 3. Here's Hank 4. And here's Hank 5. And there's the Hanks. A cute Christmas ornament. Oh, wait, you're so right. If they make merch for this game, they should totally make this a Christmas ornament. Alrighty, who's next? Is this gonna be, I'm seeing 2 circles next to each other. Is this gonna be like a washer and a dryer or something? Or like cold, warm in the colors. What are they? Boo, Hank 3, Washford. Okay, all right. The fact that I can guess what a lot of them are from just these tiny little sprites where I can only see like the upper part of their body does mean that they are achieving successfully conveying their concepts, to me at least. The other is Drysdale. Why do the 2 of them sound like they're named after horses? Oh wait, maybe they're just British. They act like X's. Oh no, okay, interesting. Okay, so, washing machine. I do like this cutout. This is a front-loading washing machine. I like that there's water inside of it. I don't think that sounds very comfortable. We've got the dials for adjusting the settings as like suspenders. Is this the like drain in the washing machine? Potentially? And like this is the texture of like the inside like walls of it. I wish we were getting, oh wait, but that style doesn't have it. This is just the back of what it looks like. Let me tell you, never in my life have I had the experience of owning a front-loading washing machine. All the things I keep thinking of are definitely top-loading washing machine things. There's water, yeah, do you see the bubbles? There's bubbles happening all over the place that I think is supposed to be water. Got more dials on the shoes, which is interesting. Oh, the pants are tucking right into the shoes. These are noblemen. A little bit of bubbles in the hair. I think of what how I would convey a washing machine. Honestly, I feel like this worked because I knew what it was from a distance. But yeah, there's not a lot to a washing machine when I think about it. It is pretty much just the white or whatever color you have, maybe it's metal, exterior that's, I guess, enameled, question mark? It almost looks enameled to me, but I don't know what it is actually. But yeah, interesting take on the boob window. Face is still surprisingly focal because everything else is pretty monochromatic. Very symmetrical, which I'm not as much of a fan of, but that's okay. I think I'm maybe sometimes unnecessarily picky about that. An acrobat. Oh, okay, wait, that makes a little bit more sense of the outfit. I can see this being an acrobat outfit. The suspenders, the striped pants being tucked into the shoes. I was wondering about the shoes because I thought they were like meant to be like wingtips or something. Like some sort of fancy dress shoe, but like not quite with the way they were constructed. But okay, I see. That makes sense actually. Real name I know and I love that concept. Oh, it's creative, yeah. Their act is washing clothes, okay. Washer, he, him, Washford. Okay, I'd say it works. I would happen to say it works. Oh, we've been raided. Hey, shrewmates. Hey, shrewmates. Can you rotate at the raiders? Can you spin my head around like 180 degrees, maybe like 9 to 12 times to fix my neck alignment for the raiders, maybe? You'd be so kind. But hi! Welcome in, JL Phelps Creations! I am Squiiji, freelance artist fungi, art educator. Oh, hang on, my head is trying to rotate too many times at once right now, that's okay. Usually it just finishes it. Hi! I'm Squiiji, freelance artist fungi, art educator. Also a funny little mushroom on the internet who has many thoughts and feelings about character design because I have taught character design. We are, today, finishing for real, finally finishing for realsies this time, for real finishing, looking at the character designs of Date Everything, and we are ranking them. So here's our rank list so far. Mostly really good. Mostly fantastic. I've been very happy with a lot of them. We had a little psychic damage the previous stream, but not a ton, and there's also Doug. He's here. Hi! Welcome in! Am I remembering correctly? I think I know who you are in that, I think did you draw me an art fight? Sometimes I guess these wrong, and I always get really self-conscious because I don't have good memory. But I think you drew me an art fight. You did? Okay, I know who you are. Hi! How are you? What are you up to? What are you doing for stream? Also, sorry that they're sniffing you. I don't know why they're doing that. Okay, I'm always so scared to be wrong when I say something like that, but I'm like, I think I know who you are. I think I know. Just finished drawing Iron Mouse for charity? Hell yeah, can we see? Would you be willing to pay a little bit of art tax for us? Was that for the, what is it called? The Mighty Mouse charity event, potentially? Question mark? Yes? Yes! Shrewmates, demand the art tax. Shrewmates. JLP smells like paint water? Hey, a true artist at heart will smell like paint water. That doesn't surprise me. It's better to smell like paint water than to accidentally drink paint water also. Also, thank you for getting the shout out, mods. Let me sniff the art tax. I guess you can do that also. I do a draw-a-thon where I draw Iron Mouse for weeks for charity. Oh, for weeks. Dang, okay. Let's see the Iron Mouse. Let's see the mice. Actually drank cigarette water? Hoshi, what is cigarette water, pray tell? Paint water is because you dip your brush in the water to rinse it off. Do people rinse their cigarettes in water? What does that mean? That's concerning. Why have cigarettes in it? No, okay, I understood that it contained those things, but why would there be cigarettes in water? That doesn't make sense. did it too accidentally? Like ashes. How does that happen? No, it's with the buds out without okay, I see. I am totally unaware. I don't have many smokers in my immediate family. Intriguing. Okay, well, do not drink the cigarette water. Moobot! Hey, Streammates, can you jostle Moobot for me, please? Can you shake Moobot for me, please? Discord is an acceptable link location. One of these days, Moobot will figure it out, though. Don't worry, I was able to grab the link, and I can also just go like this, I think. Just put it like right here. Bam! Powerful. I don't know, my grandparents put cigarettes in water bottles? Oh, intriguing. Look at this mousey! Wait, look at her! Oh my gosh, I love, like rainbow sleeves. Hello? Hang on, there's a fire smoke alarm going off in my apartment right now. Or not. Did you guys hear that through the... Did you hear it through my mic? It's loud. Hang on, give me 1 second to go make sure nothing's on fire. You can gaze upon this beautiful iron mouse in the meantime. Let me just make sure there's nothing on fire. I don't think there is because it has been doing funniness recently, but I thought it was stopped. Loud but not ear splitting. Okay, good. Let me see, just real quick. I'll be back, be good. I just had to check and make sure that we... Hello. My saga of the smoke alarm not working appears to be continuing. So, do you know what happened though? I went out to check to make sure something wasn't actually on fire. It is just my smoke alarm being goofy for some reason. It's being mean and it will just go off randomly sometimes for no reason, for just like 30 seconds. But it was doing that while Jubby was away and I had convinced myself that it wasn't real. And now Jubby just tried to use it against me. I asked all of you if it was real because I had to make sure that you know, sometimes we accidentally convince ourselves of things. You know, it happens. I asked all of you if you heard it to confirm that it was real or not. And I went out there and I guess Jubby heard me talking about it and was like, the smoke alarm did not go off. Rude! Excuse me, rude! Excuse me. Low battery beep is not being real is more plausible. Mine doesn't even have a battery in it. It's electric. It's electronic. It's like wired into the house because we're in an apartment complex. But yeah, Joby, and then after they were like, "Don't," I'm just gaslighting you. Joby is my real life beloved rage baiter. It's okay. But GG Chester, thank you for following. Also, hi everyone. Look at this iron mouse, she's so cute. Sorry for our mini moment there of having to look at the smoke detector, but it is now gone. Look at this iron mouse, she's so cute. I love that she is also kind of in a Minecraft background. Is this correct? The square clouds. And like the tiers of the background. It's giving Minecraft. Oh, I love it. Yes, I am here for it. Yes, this is art tax. It is delicious, delectable. I love to see it. Hey, Shroommates, can you say thank you for sharing the art tax with us? It's very cute. Thank you for sharing. This is a lovely iron mouse. And thank you for doing your work to help support the charity, too. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've never seen this one before. The more you know. We're expanding our iron mouse knowledge here today. But it's so cute. Thank you for sharing with us. We are so well fed. We are so well fed, thank you. Peachy, thank you for following. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in so that we actually get through all these characters. I think I'm doing well. What time is it? 3:44? We'll see. I think I'm doing okay as far as getting through all of them. We'll find out. We'll find out how this is working. But if we'll get through all of them, we have to get through all of them. Yeah, keys. But fellas who rated in, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snork me meing, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, but please prioritize looking after yourself first and foremost. Don't worry, the Shroommates don't bite. Hard, at least. I don't think most of the Shroommates bite. There might just be one or two Shroommates that bite just a little bit. Just a little bit. Or maybe they just want to bite me is all it is. I'm gonna take a sip of drink, but then yeah, we'll be back at it. Washford. Did I place you yet? No. Washford? I feel like you pass. I feel like I want more exaggeration in your silhouette, but like, it's okay. It's alright. It's okay. It's alright. I'm a servant to the drama of the heart. Okay. Alright, man. I see it. Bite of made into soup? What? Oh, bite if soup. I see. Do you bite soup? Or do you slurp soup? Do you bite liquids? I don't know how that works. Don't always, but definitely might nibble. Fair. Bite like a dog that's giving love with little nibbles. Okay, so it is confirmed, I guess, the shroommates do bite. But, like, not in a mean way. The shroommates bite in a kind manner. Soup, sure. Usually stuff to chew. I guess. Stew, definitely you chew. He recites poetry and stuff. Good for him. Did you see his poses? Shows off dramatic nature. No, I did not. Maybe this is why we're not moving as fast. It's I keep looking at the sprite gallery, but that's okay. Give me a dramatic pose. Ah, yep, That's a good dramatic pose. That's good for silhouette. That's a good dramatic pose. Yep. This guy seems like a stage actor from the poses. Those are good. I bit my friend while drunk once and they had a rainbow bite mark for a month? What? Why was it rainbow? Did you give them a clown disease? What do you mean rainbow? Please don't bite your friends, even when drunk. Not advisable. Do you mean rainbows and just like colored like bruises or something? What? Why was your first thought clown disease and not really bad bruise? Dude, a really bad bruise is that multicolor? It was Pride Month. See, there you go. That's what the actual explanation was. It was Pride Month. Not because it was a bad bruise or because it's a clown disease. What was this guy's name again? The next guy? The Dryer? Dryersdale or something? Drysdale? Yeah, Drysdale. Like a Clydesdale, like a horse. Uma Musume. We've come full circle. I still just hang out with Taiki Shuttle and Uma Musume. I'm not pulled for a new thing in like forever because I just keep trying to make stronger and stronger Taiki Shuttles. That's all I do. Uma Musume is an application I open just to hang out with one horse, pretty much. All comes back to Uma. Of course. Everything comes back to Uma Musume. That being the only game that we've reviewed on stream that I like actually, truly, really actually got into is crazy to me also. Out of all of them, not Honkai Star Rail, not Genshin, not even Verse 1999, or like Cookie Run Kingdom, ones that I graded really favorably. It was Uma Musume. That's the one that got me. Anyways, Drysdale. So, we are doing a little bit of duality between the two of them, where we've got cooler colors on the other fella, warmer colors on this one. This is the Dryer. The other one has longer, lighter hair. This one has darker, shorter hair with a nice little salt and pepper. Good. Their silhouettes have a little bit more variety too, where this one's a little bit more ruffly. I like this silhouette better. Once again, we have the very interesting, it's not even, I don't think, like chest cutout because the neckline is really low. But yeah, we've got all the left socks that have been stolen. Lots of dryer lint kind of everywhere throughout. We've got the vents that the air comes out of. Is there anything else I'm missing here? More dials on the shoes. Is there anything else going on there? Oh, we didn't do a prediction! Hang on, we should do our prediction when the ad break ends. We should predict whether or not we'll actually finish today. But that's crazy because we actually have to. So maybe I shouldn't even predict it. We have to. The answer has to be yes, legally. Or all is for naught. It has to be yes. We're not doing part 4. We didn't even need a part 4 for 300 characters before. We have to. I can't even make a prediction for it. It has to be true. So I'm not gonna let you gamble about it because I don't want to see the amount of people who think the answer is no. Got the tickets from the raffle in the game, but Goldship completely choked at the next goal race. No! I always have the problem where, I mean, I've gotten the Hot Springs ticket with Taiki like 4 times. I have been so blessed. But yeah, I have. The only times I've ever gotten it for Haru or for, I got it for El Condorpasa too. They both choked and I was so mad. They both lost in like the Euro finale or something, or like the end races. Ugh! Come on. Yeah, I've only had it once. I've been really lucky with it, I will say. But I've also played a lot of runs. I've played a lot. Granted, focusing. Anyways, focusing. I feel like you get to hang out with your husband, not husband, divorced companion that you do shows with. You pass. I feel like you're stronger in silhouette and the collar is more interesting of your clothing. But I feel weird to separate you, but maybe I will separate you. Maybe you guys need some time apart to think about what you've done. Only had it with Grass Wonder and Taiki. Maybe Taiki is just the one. Maybe Taiki, you just gotta do more Taiki runs in order to get the ticket. Personality-wise, he's warmer in personality. Ah, and they are conveying that visually through the color. Warmer colors. Is he less dramatic than the other one? Let's find out, just really quickly. Let's find out really quickly. Wait, did I see correctly who plays this character? Whoa, wait, this is a totally other outfit. Oh, why did it go there? Hang on. That's not what it was. It was just a totally other outfit. Yeah, still dramatic. Not as dramatic, maybe. Okay, I see. Like the gray in the hair to convey lint. Yeah, I think it is helping with that as well, but there is also physically lint, too. Stacked on each other in the house if it wasn't already said. Interesting. Not played Uma Musume, but I'm already developing heart obsession. Play Uma Musume. You don't need money to play the game. Just befriend people who have good cards. Just do the logins. It's a good game. It's surprisingly friendly for free-to-play players. I've had no troubles with it. As long as you're not trying to be competitive. Anyways. Oh, a Haru obsession. A Haru is so cute. Haru is deserving of obsession. Who is our next one? Is this a steamer basket, maybe? Looking at the hat. Who's our next fellow? Harper. I think I might be wrong in my distanced guess because that name does not sound like it's related to that. Oh, it's a hamper. I see. I see. I follow. Oh, guess who's here? Guess who has just joined us? How funny, how silly. Hey, Shrewmates. Hope you aren't dizzy. Rotate. Could you continue to realign my spine with some neck rotations for me, please? Pretty please. I beg of thee. Can we rotate? Hi, Vil. Welcome in. Hi, Plumies. Hoot hoot. Hi, EG. To all of you. Oh, hang on. Oh, they're working really hard to try and get my head around in a full rotation. We started and stopped a couple times. That's okay. But hello. Hi. How are you, fellas? What are you guys up to? I am Squiiji, freelance artist fungi, art educator, and also character designer. I've taught character design, and thus we are ranking the designs of a bunch of the characters in Date Everything, which is a game that I have in fact been snooping on your Vil playing. So I do have knowledge of things in the game just a little bit, but I've been doing a tier list. We've had a little bit of psychic damage, mostly fantastic stuff though. Said like Hamper. Oh, Hamper. Really? Yeah, I tend to snoop on you, accidentally. There's many a day where I just end up lurking on many people. No one's safe from the Squiiji. Or also, I will appear in your chat not signed in as myself sometimes, and then be like, whoops. You'll never know it's me. Ah, hee hee. Always safe. But I do know what you were doing today. You were working on your drawing challenge. The D&D OC? Is that what it's called? I think? Maybe? Is my memory serving me here properly? But the rolling for a character to design challenge. D and drawing. Yeah, okay, I was close. If you're not familiar with Vil is another lovely character designer and artiste who also does very fun character design challenges. We do some of them too here. We do extra credit. But if you need more extra credit, do Vil's. Do Vil's challenges. But I see you already said you have art tax, but hey, Shrewmates, can you guys like just chant for it anyway? This is the only opportunity I give you to chant. I'll let you chant. But I have a feeling it's already in my inbox because Vil knows how this works. Vil knows the drill. Let's see. Is it here? Oh, it's not. Oh, I was quicker. Oh, I see you typing though. Art tax, please. Yeah, I know. We're so well fed here in the Shroom State. It's fantastic. We love to see it. But, Vil's fellas, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and meeing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are more than welcome to do so. We did just determine that the Shrewmates do bite just maybe a little bit, but kind of in like a friendly manner, like a dog who wants to play with you, or like, yeah, in like an endearing way, but like not in a dangerous way. So don't worry. Don't worry too much. Yay, art text chanting. I'm glad that YouTube chat is chanting for art text too. Oh, look at this little fella. Yeah, I've seen a couple of your characters. I saw one of them that you'd posted on Twitter a couple of days ago. I'm reading chats out loud. But first we have Dwarf Ranger, True Neutral, likes to read books. I love that you're giving them, like, just a little bit of background. That's the one I saw on Twitter, is the cat folk. But here, look, first, number 1. Look at this fella. Dwarf Ranger, True Neutral, likes to read. The tree as the, like, lectern almost to read the book from. So funny. This is lovely. Hang on, let's see. We get the next one. I saw the Catfolk Warlock Lawful Evil carries a giant weapon. I saw this one on Twitter. I love the ambience of the scene here. Let's show everybody else here this also. Hilarious, right? I like that this fella is looking at the book while aiming the arrow as if he loves to read, but he is reading a guide on how to shoot an arrow. Here's the second one. I saw this. Tala, Princess Cupcake Moon Shadow. This is so Warrior Cats. I love this. This is rad. Yeah, the lighting in the background is such good ambiance for the scene. You honestly have such a good style for like the slightly like grittier high fantasy setting of illustration. It's so nice. Yeah, iconic name too, exactly, right? These are so cute. How do you make this? Drawing. If you would like to participate, Vil, do you have the link to your thing that explains the challenge that I can have? So I can point people on how to participate if they would like? Yeah? Thanks. I always make Vil do work when appearing here. But I guess work is just send me images, send me link of whatever it is that you were doing. And then today's, we've got a grayscale sketch also for today's. Where's my, there we go. Half-orc, barbarian, chaotic good is a noble aristocrat. This is actually such a fantastic combination of traits. I love the idea of someone who is, like, you know, by, like, design, I guess, or by birthright in some way, given something that is so at odds with, like, I don't want to say, like, their nature, but, like, just at odds with what your expectation of them is. This is so fun. The combination of, like, furs at the waist, but the ascot also is so fun. The powdered wig! Wait, the longer I look at this, the funnier it is. This is fantastic, Vil. Man, I don't think I'll be able to do this challenge, but now I really want to do this challenge. I don't think I have time, but it's making me want to do it. You've convinced me, but I don't know if I have time to illustrate. Yeah, the tiny teacup, right? That cute little flower. This is great. Challenge will be up without the challenge will be up without a best before? What do you mean? Oh, like as in I can enter? Oh, there's extra credit if you'd like. Oh, so whenever I manage to get it done is fine? I still have a half-completed drawing for a different one of your challenges from like May. I think they didn't finish my Cozy OC ever. Let's see. Yeah, here's my link. My link. Here's Vil's link. Not mine. I can't claim credit to this link. But I can post the link in my chat without the bots being mad. So if you would like to participate in this challenge that Vil is hosting, here you go. You can have it. Here's the link. But Vil, I know it's late in the evening for you, so if you need to do the eat and drink something me, take care of yourself. That's a threat. But I have to lock in. I have to lock back in. We're supposed to finish all the rest of these characters today, and I am not moving quickly. But thank you for the delectable, delicious art tags. Streammates say thank you. Tea time? Yeah, enjoy your tea. Enjoy your tea. I will also enjoy a sip of tea. Here, before I continue. Here, close these. Don't need these open right now. Save my computer a little resources. Also, perceive my cute little snake before you go, maybe, also, but yeah. Just forcing everyone to perceive the snake that I picked up and held. There we go. Here's my tabs I need. Take a cute, nice little sippy. Thanks for having us. Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Always happy to have the Plumies in town. I hope you guys can't hear it when I'm slurping out of my cup. Love the tiny noodle. Thank you. I also love him so much. He is so cute. Hamper. Spoken like hamster. No slurping. Thank God. Okay. I am relieved. I'm always scared that my eating noises come across, but I'm happy to hear that they don't. Also, I see that Amantas was here in the rotation of head. I see you. Hello. So, Hamper! Hamper! Harper! Yep. Hi, Al. I hope you're well, Al. Yeah, that wicker texture for a hamper, fantastic. Very good. I think it conveys the material property very nicely. The hat being the lid, which, be real with me, do you guys actually put the lid on your hamper? Because I don't think I've ever done that in my life. I think it just stays off. Probably good for containing smell, but I've never put the lid on it. I don't think mine even came with lids even. That may just me thing. But then yeah, having the white liner on the inside to help hold it, which is also doubling as the way that we're holding the actual physical hamper onto the back. The liner repeating again for the socks that are sort of tall. All the clothes is stacked. What is your necklace? Oh, the necklace is just little tiny icons of clothing. Cute. So, fully neutral color palette as far as the actual clothing goes, but the design is spiced up really nicely with the colors that are in all the items in the basket. So it keeps the color palette from being too one note. Because without all these fun little colors back here, it might feel just a little too monochromatic for us. But I think it's working. The level of color here is quite interesting. The hair being so bright, as well as all the clothing being back here, does provide a nice upper half of the body focus. So I am looking this girly right in the eyes, which is nice. Harper's a tsundere, really. Intriguing. Her face seems like she is judging me maybe just a little bit. She's got that one eyebrow up, which I can physically do in real life, but my model does struggle to track for some reason. There, it's tracking it now. Doing that, she's scrutinizing me just a little bit. Toxic and abusive, needs actual therapy? Oh god, okay. Well, I mean, what do they say? What is the saying about having people who have dirty laundry in relationships? I feel like that might be related. Have you heard that phrase before? I'm thinking of an all-time low song. Dirty laundry is just a concept of like people who have like baggage that, yeah, airing dirty laundry or like, yeah, just having like baggage that is pulling you down in terms of your ability to be successful in a relationship often. So like, I feel like they were doing something smart there with the writing mayhaps, if that is the angle they were aiming for. Jokes being made about laundry chair. Oh yeah, we have a laundry chair, but it still doesn't get used. The clothes do go on the floor sometimes accidentally. But that could be interesting. I wonder if she has an interesting relationship with the, what is her name? Jeremy? Their name? I don't remember. Potentially. Got baggage. Okay. Sounds right. I particularly like this design. I think this is clever. I think they've used all the elements of the hamper itself in an interesting manner. And I think this is one of the designs where we are succeeding in the less is more category. We don't have to over-design it. We don't have to put a ton of patterns in places to effectively convey what the concept is. Works for me. Also, I'm like weirdly congested again, so I do need to blow my nose. This wasn't happening until I went live. Why is this happening now? Maybe I'm just yapping too much. Hang on. There we go. Cleared. Is Harper's boyfriend? These characters aren't single? Interesting. Dirk. Okay. Is Dirk just laundry? I know what it looks like from here. Intriguing. Ah, yeah, is just the entire concept of dirty laundry. Does this fella also have a lot of dirty laundry to be aired out? Wow, this is an interesting way of conveying this, but I do appreciate all the layering. It is interesting. Also, Hoshi, you can do whatever you want. You can draw me in the FNF style if you so wish. I don't know if I know what that is off the top of my head, but I think those are the Abby Bobble fellas, right? Well, that's a good impression. That's the rhythm game, maybe, right? Good work. I think it's cute. I don't know if I'm thinking the right thing. Has a clean laundry alter ego named Clarence. Ah, interesting. Pretty much. Thanks. Did I do a good impression? Friday Night Funkin', yeah. Dirk is literally the dirty laundry. Okay. I mean, clearly I am getting that from looking at the character's design. I love that the tattoos are the symbols of the things you're supposed to do or not to clothing. Whether or not you're permitted to iron them or wash them. I don't actually know what they mean, but that's an ironing symbol. The clothing itself is actually dirty. I love that we're getting a full mixture of elements, and also the fact that we're not wearing everything the way you're supposed to. This, I think, is the same scarf that was her name, Harper? Was wearing? Or at least holding. But like we've got pants being worn on an arm, we have like the jacket or like a shirt being tied around the waist, we've got the underwear around a leg, multiple socks, multiple layers of pants. Low-key, kind of high fashion. Low-key, I do see people who kind of dress like this in real life also. And by the fact that everything in this outfit is so overwhelming to look at, I do kind of end up resting on the face a little bit just because the hair is so much darker than everything else. But I do tend to also gravitate towards the leg of the pants because it is the biggest, flattest, uninterrupted plane of a neutral color for my eye to rest on. It's also pretty bright. So not bad in terms of focal point. The silhouette is quite interesting from having layers of pants, bunched up socks, lots of asymmetry, which we're here for. This being a more chaotic character based around dirty laundry. I feel like that works. I feel like this isn't like not to say goofy enough, but this is still, I feel like it's not over the top enough for it to be camp, unless you disagree with me. Do you think this is camp? Actually not. If this was worn in real life, this would be campy. If somebody really wore this, it would be campy, but I do see characters in this game that are more over the top in their designs that I don't feel like are campy, just like in their execution. But yeah, this is like more realistic camp. A lot of the camp we're seeing are going to a degree where I don't know if real people would go to that degree, maybe. But yeah, this is more realistic campy, maybe, yeah. Look at Clarence. Okay, we can look at the alter ego. Is the silhouette like really like toned down? I'd be happy to see that. Clarence. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So yeah, the silhouette becomes much more orderly. All these straight lines we're hitting, it's way more geometric. It's still quite exaggerated. This is campy also. Very different vibe. The hair is less messy. The shape language has changed entirely. I enjoy this conceptually. This is neat. How we're doing sort of like the two different sides of this character, maybe. Skirt pauldron? Yeah, kind of. I like don't know how to interpret this as a fashion style. We're doing tummy out, where we have once again more of those little icons on how to wash your clothing. It's okay, you got this. You got this. There we go, loading. Then the layering of all the clothing on the back, the scarf being wrapped up around the arm. This is a collar. I don't know, it's neat. Yeah, spray this fella with Febreze. Is this fella after being able to be exposed to something that helps him deal with the dirty laundry situation? Is this fella in a healthier part of his life, maybe? I'm saying he. I don't actually know pronouns. Yeah, he. Yes? Hell yeah, you know, we love to see it. I feel like because of, yeah, that combination, I feel like campy is the right category for this fella. I'm a fan. Yeah, after the breakup. Ooh, after the breakup. Wait, was he like depressed and not taking care of himself while he was together with Harper? But now that he is not with her anymore, he is taking better care of himself? That's crazy that their relationship was that bad. That's unfortunate, but very interesting that they're conveying that visually through the character design. I'm here for it. Kind of? Okay, yeah, washed, okay, yeah. Getting washed and dried by the washer and dryer. Ah, so he was taken under the arm of two other lads, and maybe they helped him go on a got a character arc, maybe self-improvement arc. Good for him. See, run away the circus. I promise it's good for you. That's what the moral of this story is. He has a body pillow. Oh, interesting. Titus is the next character. Titus? Final Fantasy? Ha ha ha. Definitely not. I hate that the first thing I thought of was Tide Pod. Oh, I think that is what it is. I think that is what it is, isn't it? That is what this is, isn't it? We've got the sort of like jelly-filled detergent pods. And then this is the box, isn't it? This is one that I feel like is actually kind of hard to get. The name is what conveys it a lot more. Oh man, laundry detergent as a concept. I feel like we could have had like a big laundry pod like shield or something, and that might have helped sell it a little bit better. Yeah, warrior, not cheerleader, not cheerleader. The headpiece. Oh, the headpiece does have it. It's just hard to see that from a distance. You go back. She, her, okay. Girlie, I do like your bubble necklace. I think that is helping us to read clearly. The sword also having sort of like a water texture in it. The roses are interesting, because I feel like that is also going to be a reference to the fragrances that detergents tend to be. I wonder if there could have been also like sparkle or some sort of like powder thing happening for like powder detergent, because that's what my family always used, was powder detergent. I don't know. Slay you with the power of rose. Yeah. Laundry pod soldiers. Okay. Strictly, she's the container the pods come in. She's their container. Ah, when you meet her, she says she's springtime scented. Okay, so you guys are saying there's another companion character for her, alongside the way that our, what was her name? Hime something? Our anime figure had the companion tennis ball. So this character has companion Tide Pods. Being named Titus is so funny. Also, I love the way that they, like, this game, not in any way has same face syndrome. Every single face is new and interesting and different. And I love this face shape with the like more square jaw and the longer nose. It's nice. And I feel like we don't get to see this kind of face shape all that often in character design. It's nice. I'm here for it. I like variety. Yeah, Hiroheime was the one. Yeah. Wait, diapogenes? Is that what the other little things are called? That is beautiful and fantastic. I would like to shake the hand of every pun creator for this game. D-I-A-P-O. Oh yeah, they're here. Let's look at them just real briefly. Oh my gosh, they're so gloopy. Look at these little pod soldiers. These guys do not look like they would fare well in battle. They all feel like they're just like glass cannon mages. But that is so interesting. We don't know who they're voiced by. Maybe they're not voiced. Maybe the wiki just doesn't know yet. But yeah, masculine women. Yeah, we do like a slightly more masked lady from time to time. Yeah, good silhouette from broad shoulders. The hair being piled up on top of the head. You're getting sort of a gladiator vibe here, which is nice. Between the tall sandals, hair on top of the head, the sort of headband style pauldrons. It's neat. Based on traditional Greek choir. Oh, wait, so the soldiers are a choir? That's interesting. We're going to defeat you by the power of song. And the wise powers of... Are there any idols that do that? I feel like there's idols who do that. I don't know. Chorus for like plays and stuff. Oh. Huh. Is it just eating them? She gets really angry? Yeah, understandably. Understandably so. No, don't eat them. Got our Gladius sword. Also, I think that's what this is, right? Gladius? You know, this checks out for me. It being symmetrical, I think, is in part because of the source material, but I feel like a lot of gladiators still would have like one much bigger, more exaggerated shoulder on their design. Maybe having the shield I was mentioning, I just want a little more asymmetry. But honestly, good design. Color palette is nice with the pink, blue, and white. Definitely passes. The skirt is sort of clever. I feel like they maybe could have gotten a little bit more like cardboard box from the way some of these things are constructed. Where if we were to make some of this feel, oh wait, I guess wait, are they not stored in cardboard boxes anymore? What do you buy Tide Pods in, or like detergent pods? Because I think are they in plastic now? Because I think they are in plastic, so that way kids don't get into them and eat them. Yeah, plastic tubs. Oh, okay, wait, so never mind. I go back on what I said just there. I think I'm thinking of an older time that is no longer the way things are. Yeah, plastic containers that are probably very shiny and glossy, maybe. So I guess this is more faithful than maybe I was thinking. Plastic bag or container. Let's see. Yeah, she's a plastic tub. Okay, I get it. Having the motifs repeating sort of subtly of the water is good for understanding that angle. Yeah, I would say, I think I can put her in clever. I think that'd be fair. Put her up there. But I think some are still in cardboard. Yeah, I was sort of used to them for being in cardboard, because the only time, I think we actually have them in our house right now. But when I used them the most was when I was in undergrad. And I think they were in cardboard when I was in undergrad. Which I guess tells you when I went to undergrad, as being pre-Tide Pod Challenge. 7 boxes, but it's for the powders. Okay, yeah. Like them in bags. Plastic tubs with the childproof lids. Yeah, I fail most childproofed objects, unfortunately. I have to make Jubby open a lot of them, but it's just a grip strength thing. Do you know what is something that grinds my gears, makes me really upset, is the fact that so much of childproofing is also disabled people proofing, unfortunately. I don't have the grip strength to do the press and hold and turn for like a lot of medication lids, or like the press down and turn. My wrists don't do that. It don't work. Please stop doing that to your products, because I have to break them in order to be able to get into them reliably. Stop. Or like come up with a different way of doing it. I've seen some that are clever in the way where you like spin it so that something aligns and then spin it so something else aligns and then it opens. That's better. That's much better, actually. That's just like one of those things that I have really strong feelings about, is that so much of childproofing is actively working against many other people who should be able to access them. But let me tell you, if you have those like vitamins or anything that's in one of those capsules, or not capsules, in one of those plastic containers where it has like, you can see when you open it, it's got this separated plastic area for the press and turn. You can actually, you just put it slightly onto the lid, you can wedge that mechanism out and then just have a regular screw top on it. Billy taught me that. Really nice and life-changing, and if you're not good at getting it out that way, the screwdriver works. You just stick it in there and just like lever it out. Fantastic. Mwah. You don't have to live like that. Promise. So I do that to most of my bottles. Yeah. Life hack? Yeah! It is such a life hack! I do that to all of my things, because I hate opening stuff. Have you seen Japan's jam jars that automatically twist off? I have not, but that sounds like something I would like. I also struggle with jam jar lids because they get sticky, and I just don't have grip strength. Anyways, continuing, we have to focus. I can't keep having asides. This fella. Is a vacuum cleaner? Who is this fella? Henry! Hoove! Ah, okay, yep, that's gonna be a vacuum cleaner, huh? Honestly, it bodes so well for so many of these characters that I can guess what they are from a thumbnail this big. It's probably just as big for me as it is for you, the thumbnail. And I can already tell what their concept is from that distance. Is this so funny? Is this also a Star Wars reference? We have the attachment on the belt. It almost feels like a lightsaber. Like, what do you call it? Like the hilt, like the housing almost for it. Grime scene cleaner. Oh, I wonder if there's also gonna be like some sort of Mythbusters angle here also because of using the vacuums to clean up the ghosts, maybe. Give us dateable Roomba. You're trying to talk to your date at wherever you are, and they're just like rotating in place, they're spinning. They just sort of like start walking away from you at weird angles. Roomba. They like bump into you because Roombas have to like touch stuff to figure out they exist. I can see that working. Anyways, the design itself. We have the treads of the vacuum that are used to scoop up all the little bits. We have the attachment pieces. We have the dial. They put dials on vacuum cleaners? I don't think my vacuum has a dial on it, but I'd believe it if they do. Some gears, I guess maybe from the inner workings, a sort of like texture of like all the tubes that connect things. Man, vacuum cleaners are so closely associated with being like bright red or just like bright plastic colors. I don't know why they don't make vacuums in like sleek colors, but yeah, red, bright purple, bright blue. Favorites, apparently, for the industry. But this like sort of vent design works. This does seem very plasticky in the texture execution also. Suppose it's coming from the belt. Don't know where that's connected into. Ah, the shoes have the funny little light on the front of them. I love that vacuum cleaners have lights on the front of them as if I'm vacuuming in the dark. But I guess it's so that if you stick it like under like a table or something, you can see the dirt under there. But it is kind of funny. But they did reference it here, and we have the wheels too, so you can prop it up. So when you're rolling it through your house, get the little like, what are the I don't know what you call them. They're like the bonus wheels for using it. Yeah, design is cool. Sadie hates me. Why would he hate you? Sorry, man, I can't help it as they actively walk away from you. Yeah. Has Heelys? Oh my god, I hope he uses them like Heelys. I hope that he is using them that way. Let's see, did I miss anything else here to go through? The earrings are just sort of simple rings. Gloves, because we're probably doing some hard work if we are vacuuming. Your hands safe a little bit, prevents calluses. I feel like this is one of the characters that could maybe use to have some of like the dust or something on them. But maybe if he is one who is doing the cleaning, he would prioritize having that sort of clean aesthetic, or he wouldn't want to be dirty because he has to look at dirt all the time, so he himself isn't dirty. Yeah, I did see the bristles on the wrists also. There's a big vacuum brand called Henry that are often red. Ah, okay. Intriguing. Dust in the vambraces. The what? Oh, you know what might have been fun to include in this somewhere? Oh, this would have been evil. If they would have made him astronaut themed, they could have put over his head like the canister that you empty out, or just like put it somewhere. You know the canister that you empty out of a vacuum that often is like transparent so you can see how much dirt is in it? Maybe that's a modern thing. Old vacuums just had the vacuum bag that you pull stuff out of, but we could have had like the transparent like zone where all that stuff collects maybe in here somewhere. Those people call vacuums hoovers. Yes. It would have been kind of gross but thematic. That's what I'm saying. It would have been kind of gross but thematic, where for somebody who is trapped with like that kind of lifestyle, that might have been a lot. But maybe we just stick that somewhere else in the body, if not over the head. Squiiji, that's the opposite of wanting to date. Viriko, I don't want to hear it. There's a whole character here who is a toilet. There's a whole character who's a toilet. If this is where we're drawing the line, I think that's very funny. There's characters that are dust bunnies. Like, why? How is that any different? Really into space and the science of black holes? See, somehow I looked at this guy and knew this fellow was into space, but I think it's also because I am reading Star Wars, like Clone Trooper, from the armor being so smooth and glossy and plasticky. I don't know. Toilet wrapper. Yes, there's a toilet wrapper. Man, that's a combo. Not only is it toilet, but he's also a rapper. That's a crazy combo. I think this one's clever. This would pass. I enjoy that it feels like there is sort of a secondary element here outside of just vacuum. It feels like we are trying to do like sci-fi hero in some capacity, or sci-fi, even just like sci-fi grunt maybe, but sci-fi something in the styling of the clothing, but sort of that sleek, glossy style of sci-fi that I feel like was more popular back in like the 70s and 80s, more so than how we tend to think of sci-fi now. Yeah. Next one's one of my favorites, Bobby Pin. Boy, I wonder what this character is. I like the ones where I get to guess, but some of their names really give it away. Bobby. Pin. Oh, there's two N's in the last name. Counter argument. I came back to the stream and immediately went, that's a vacuum when seeing this character, so it's SSS tier. I mean, it's already definitely in the passing tier. It's in clever. The SSS tier is very, very reserved, but they are already in the pretty much one of the top tiers, so don't worry about it. They, them, hell yeah, noted. Well, there sure are bobby pins in this design. Bobby pins, as in the hair accessory that we use as clips to hold our hair back. Man, they are everywhere in this design. And that works. Can I ask a question? I feel like it'd be really funny if this person was somebody who was either like locksmith or somebody who's really good at breaking into things. Because let me tell you, one of the best uses for a bobby pin is getting into doors sometimes. Man, we used to break into the locker room when I was in lacrosse all the time. And not because we were being nefarious or anything, but just because they like would accidentally lock the door and you'd finish practice like sweaty at 5:30 p.m. and you couldn't get in. They're lockpicking? Good. Fantastic. I'm so glad that's there. Ding, ding, ding. Winning guess? Yeah! Criminal. Want to be a crime lord? Good for them. Good choice of aligning those things together conceptually. It works. You need them for that in the game. Fantastic. Okay. So, I feel like unfortunately a bobby pin is kind of limiting as far as what you can do with it, but I do appreciate that they gave this character such an interesting outfit for it. We've got the full leather getup, which is neat. We've got a lot of repetition in shape, but the whole belt itself is a bobby pin. We've got bobby pins as trim. We have bobby pins as zippers. We have bobby pin as an earring. A little bit of asymmetry coming from the hair is nice, but the hair's pulled back on one side with, you guessed it, bobby pins. Having them not only just parallel, but crossing over and having a little bit more wobble in their shape adds a little bit more edge to this character, which does make it a little more believable. For there to be that sort of crime angle, maybe. Not everything is perfect. Ripped up pants, I think, are helping with the aesthetic also. And the shoes are being held together by bobby pins, too. I feel like this is one of the ones where, just by nature, unfortunately, it is just a little bit one note. But I do appreciate that we are sort of pushing into, like, leather, like we're picking a different aesthetic that we really haven't gone down the road of yet in this game. So it does still feel fresh to me. The silhouette isn't crazy, but it's not bad. It's okay. It's pared down. It's sort of more realistic. It's a little more grounded. Reminds me of the safety pins on clothes trend. I don't know if I've seen that one. Story of them being straight at one point, but then this is them being bent out of shape. Is that a metaphor for them being upset as in bent out of shape, or being straight as in now they're not heterosexual any longer? Everyone that breaks in, not very good at it. I will say, using bobby pins to break into a door is not easy. It is hard. It is much easier to actually use like a lockpicking kit. It's so hard using a bobby pin to do it, and it only works on certain kinds of things. But that's okay. Hear me out. Bobby pin prosthetic hand. Oh, you know what that makes me think of? Have any of you watched Smiling Friends? I feel like that's kind of a different piece of media than we tend to be into in the shroom state. But there is an episode where it's an Alan-centric episode, and he's trying to get paper clips. And the one character is like, I can't give you my paper clips. These are the exact paper clips that they're bent into such a perfect shape that I can restart all my devices with them. I don't have anything to replace them. And it's a sight gag. He's holding a paper clip that is exactly shaped the way his nose is, the character. I feel like that would be rather interesting to have. Even if it was like thinking like Furiosa, that would be interesting. Even if it's just like a finger that's replaced with the bobby pin, but like bent into the shape you'd use it for lockpicking, would be so funny and would also work well in the same manner as a sight gag. What is Smiling Friends? I'm not allowed to tell you that, Hoshi. It's a cartoon, but I guess it's technically an adult cartoon. It's a 18 plus cartoon, probably, potentially. Edward Scissorhands. Oh, see, that's a different angle also. But yeah, I feel like this is one of the ones where we are getting a little bit stuck from the concept in that a bobby pin is really just a piece of metal that has been bent into a shape. I feel like they've done the best they can with executing it, and I do think that they added a lot by putting another layer onto the concept. It's just not as crazy as some of the other ones. It's good. It's good. It passes, but it's not as crazy as some of the other ones. Kristoff is next. Okay. Weep. Kristoff. Nice, thank you. This is the fella that I saw from a distance and I thought might have been a reference to... Oh no. What is his name? From Guilty Gear. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Guilty Gear knows. Help. 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 What? Guy who looks like this. What's his name? Oh my god. Zato. I thought this was a Zato reference when I saw it first. Yeah. Which I think was just because from a distance, blonde and dark shirt and muscular. I was not thinking Zato. No, I was thinking Zato. I don't think it actually looks like Zato now that I'm looking, but it is a similar shaped top, muscular fella. I also couldn't see the beard from a distance. This is a Viking, huh? This is a Viking, isn't it? We're doing the nice braids. Get the forehead band. Also, we have some sort of bar that's reminiscent of the Viking horns. Oh wait, is this like workout equipment? These look like treadmills, and then these are like the little like support bars on a treadmill. Is this guy a treadmill? That might make sense. Whoa, there's some crazy things happening. Hang on, I don't even know if I have to comment on that. There's something interesting happening around the waist, or around the waist, that I don't know what to say about. Ding ding ding. Okay, I think I got it, yeah. Hot take, treadmill wouldn't be a hunk. You can't build upper body with a treadmill. That is interesting. That, yeah, this fella does have really strong arms. Where are you getting that strength from being a treadmill? Although, are they a treadmill or is there something else? Cross trainer. Oh, wait, a cross trainer has other things, right? Cross trainers are the ones that also have arm things, right? Yeah. Cross trainer. So it has the arm things that you can, like, weight, right? Or are they not weighted? This looks like an elliptical to me. Is it the same thing? Is an elliptical the same thing as a cross trainer? Deadlift the actual treadmill? Interesting. Based on a specific Nordic track treadmill. Oh, because yeah, these don't have treads on them when I look up cross trainer. These are like ellipticals. The fact that it reads more like a treadmill is a bit of a problem. Name partial anagram of a certain fitness. Kristoff. I don't know what goes on in that realm. This might go right over my head, unfortunately. Yeah, there is a wheel in a very intriguing location on this character. Also, a lot of these seem to be based on having a wheel in them and not having tread. But if it's based on a specific one that does have tread, maybe that's fine. I don't know. IKEA treadmill? Kristoff. Wait, is there an IKEA treadmill? Is that real? That word you've given me? Klee, is that a real thing? Is that an actual IKEA treadmill? Do they make that? No. Okay. I thought you were telling me a thing that exists. This Google search resulted in nothing. No, I came up with it. I was one guide. It's okay. It happens. It was convincing enough that I thought it might have been. In the house in game, he's a treadmill. Okay. So maybe I think this might just be like a misnaming then if he's a treadmill, because cross trainer seems like it's more of like an elliptical where it's on a wheel and there's no actual like track that you're running on. But then the arms are at least involved also. I don't know. So for this being a Viking, we are getting some interesting references to being a Viking, especially the way that Vikings are depicted in pop culture, I think. A lot of times we see Vikings with sort of the like side, what do you call them? At one point in time, somebody called them the word and I forgot what it is, but it's like the little hip flounces, but that's more of like a fashion word. The thigh guard. Vikings sometimes are depicted as having cod pieces, which I think is what that is doing. The wheel is doing. And then I'm gonna guess that this is just handles, which is interesting. And I guess that is relating to people referring to horns as being handles sometimes, maybe. That's it, moving on. Yep, got it. The Nordic track is actually a treadmill. Nordic like the Viking. Okay, I'm gonna look that one up to see if that one is... Oh, it's not a CrossFit, it's a treadmill. Okay, this might just be a misnaming. Because if the guy is a treadmill in the house and looks like a treadmill, I'm gonna say the fella is a treadmill and maybe just not a cross trainer. Specifically a cross trainer, the actual sports and workout equipment is next. Oh, there's more of them. Okay, I see. So I think I'm picking up the right thing here. I do also think it's funny that he's wearing all black, because I think this does fall very much into the concept of like, sort of like the death metal angle of Vikings. Man, Vikings have gotten really popular in specific kinds of metal. And this does feel like the kind of metalhead that my father does encounter a lot of at concerts. Silhouette is interesting from having the horns on the head. I feel like the outfit is a little one note in terms of color, unfortunately. I feel like we could use a little more color, maybe. There's a little bit of low contrast happening as well, where a lot of the elements, maybe they're trying to disguise what's going on there a little bit, but a lot of them are kind of merging into each other a little bit, and I don't know how comfortable this would be to work out in. But like, I would say it passes. I don't really have any particular issues. Dunk Shuttlecock is the next character. What a name! What a name! To be honest, I could see a similar looking guy a few times a day where I live in Sweden. Intriguing! Intriguing. The battle skirt, it's called a Särk? S-A-E-R-K? I don't know how to pronounce the A-E merge letter. What? Did I say it right? I'm guessing not. I'm guessing it's not just A then E when I say it. But Duncan Dunk Shuttlecock. That's a name. I'm gonna guess this is an athlete. Voiced by a certain voice actor turned VTuber. Really? Oh, I know this fella. I know who this is. Hi Sayu. For once, Sayu is not playing the same character. We got a little more variety for Sayu, which I'm happy for. Yeah, Alejandra, yeah. Workout and sports stuff. You get to escape from being a lightning-themed character for once. So let's see. Well, I guess there's really no doubt that this is a character themed around sports. We have recreated the padding worn by football players, but out of other sports equipment also. So we did take that the extra mile, which is nice. We aren't just wearing sports equipment. We are turning sports equipment into sports equipment with sports equipment. I would love to know the functionality of the rollerblades as like elbow guards, but I fear you can't bend your arm right now, my man. The We call them birdies. I believe the proper term for these is a shuttlecock, which is what his last name is. But we call them birdies. I don't know why we call them that. The legs, we've got a hockey rink? Yeah, hockey ice rink for the body. We have the, I guess those are maybe badminton rackets or tennis rackets on the hips. Sweatbands. Do note that the hair is not hair. The hair is gloves. Torso basketball. Yeah, the body paint to be a basketball is so funny. The football, or I guess just like outside black that you put on your cheeks so that way you don't have as much glare in your eyes. Shut self up about the elbow wheels. No, Ryuku, don't shut up. Tell me your truth. What is the thing about the elbow wheels? Tell me. Why would you not? Tell me. I'm intrigued. What do you have to say about it? The gloves as hair though is kind of selling me on this though, because it is creative and it is funny, and I do want to stick this right into campy. It's so exaggerated. It's so goofy. I love it. I love that they didn't just stop at decking this fella out in just sports equipment. We are making more sports equipment out of sports equipment. The body paint being a basketball, the belt being another court. Like, every part of this is so funny. It's so good. It's not say so. Where is your mind going? I can't even fathom where you're going with that. Interesting. Intriguing. Okay. I will ask no further questions, maybe. Huh? Basically the full body roller suit? I guess, like, if you fell down, you could just scoot across the floor on your elbows? I feel like that is a weird place to put wheels the longer I think about it, but strange. First I thought it was just a guy in sports gear, and you pointed out the gloves went from 100% to 150 and maybe go from hate to love. Yeah, no, this fella is rather endearing. I'm a fan. Full body roller suit? I can think of Roller Man. Oh. Himbo helps you get into a workout routine you're comfortable with. Oh, that's good. I'm glad he's supportive. That's nice. That is good. Paint on the face makes it so less likely to get in eyes. Yeah, the paint on the cheeks, we used to do that when we played lacrosse, it cuts down on glare off your cheekbones. When you're outside and sweaty, man, those cheekbones will reflect right in your eyeballs and it sucks. But yeah, so that is the design pattern for it. You'll see other ones too. People use like 7s or like triangles too for it to cut down on glare. Yeah. Hell yeah, personal trainer, works for me. Who next? You're a fan! Fantina. Yep, sounds right. Supposed to be like the elbow pads, or to like roll them as they dive. Oh my god, can you imagine like a volleyball player doing that? I feel like volleyball players like don't dive onto their arms enough because that'll keep your arm off the ground, which might hurt. I don't know. Fan of the player? I bet she is a fan of the player, huh? Let's see, yeah, her, okay. Yeah, definitely a fan. I like what they're doing with the hair accessory. Is her hair sculpted into the blades? That's lovely, actually. I'm such a fan of her being a fan. Pants look like TV fella. Well, we're just doing bell bottoms again. We're doing bell bottoms again a second time because we like them. Bit of a stalker. She's your biggest fan. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you. Little Lady Gaga. Paparazzi. Stickers are so teenager coded. I know, but like, have you ever had one of those like stand fans? Like, I think she is supposed to be one of those ones where people do put stickers all over them because they're just so blank a lot of the time. But it's cute. It's adding so much life and personality to her. The cord being used as suspenders and also as a belt is cute. Once again, I think we're doing buttons instead of like press buttons or like little knobs on a fan to turn things up and down instead of like physical, real, normal buttons. The hair being sculpted is so lovely. Having little bows tied on there that would definitely like sway in the breeze is cute. She is very cute. The expression is giving a little bit of uncanny. Just a little bit, but I'm gonna guess that is the intention if she is stalking you, potentially. And then I'm gonna guess that the body is just colored in a way that relates to a particular kind of fan. I bet this is just the shape of the fan. We're doing like a silhouette in a silhouette. Or here's the base of the fan. Here is the neck of the fan, body of the fan, the standy part of the fan. But we're doing like a fake silhouette to convey it, which is kind of neat. We're getting silhouette inside of a silhouette. And I am willing to pass the fact that there's not really a lot of silhouette coming from the body, for the fact that there is so much positive and negative space happening around the head that this is indisputably a fan in silhouette. It's gonna stand out. We'll be able to tell what it is. We'll read it. And then also, I do also give points for the fact that we are playing with silhouette inside silhouette. Playing positive negative space via just design also. As a human, her hair stays the exact same. I love it. I am happy to hear that. I am so happy to hear that, because I do think that is important for reading her character. I think that's integral. Standing rotating fan, her parents were different kinds of fans. Are her parents the characters on the cover of the book that the literature fellow was reading? Extra credit if she moves like a Pixar lamp. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. Are they animated? I don't think they are. But that would be really funny if she moved like a Pixar lamp and just like bounced around with her feet together. I would say this is clever. I like how often this game is using like sculpted hair, or the way that they're being creative with the hair shapes. I feel like in so much media, the hair is such a missed opportunity where they're like, all right, let's just make it normal and natural. My guy, I'm grabbing you by the shoulders and shaking you, not so gently. We don't have to abide by physics in animated and drawn media. The hair can float in interesting shapes. We can sculpt the hair into shapes. And I'm not even saying this isn't realistic. People can do this for real with their hair. But I feel like people are too insistent on being too grounded in their designs for hair sometimes, where I like to see clever ways of doing it. Why are we shaking Moobot? What did Moobot do? Did Moobot do something? Or are you just shaking Moobot for frustration? The fans in the home have a fan club of the player. Yeah, they were saying that. She's campy. See, here's the trouble. Technically, I feel like maybe like 2/3 of these designs are probably campy, but I am awarding the campy title to the ones that are really and truly over the top. And I feel like this one isn't quite as over the top. The silhouette is still pretty grounded. It's not quite as exaggerated. I think the hair is the only thing pushing it in that direction. Yeah, her hair is camp. The rest of the design is kind of normal for me. You really have to sell me to be put in the camp category. And I don't know that she fits there. I don't know that she does. Yeah, thematic, not campy. Not campy inherently. Campy needs to be a bit more over the top. Also, still feels very serious to me, which is funny to say. But one of the like key tenets of something being campy is that it is not afraid to be like on the nose, exaggerated, overemphasized, but also just not too serious. Yeah, 110%. And it has to be what 110% is for this game. Also, seems to be the case. Yeah, so next is Stepford. Okay, that's an interesting name. Stepford. That's an interesting name. You are just awards the person, I guess. Awards the person, Stepford. Like Stepford Wives? Trophy Wives, named after a horror novel. I am unfamiliar with that. I have not heard of that. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it seems like there's a very particular aesthetic about their clothing too, which I don't think has necessarily been brought in. That is interesting. Well then, yeah. Hi Billy, I see that you're here. Hello. Twonk Trophy. You know? Sure. Okay. I do appreciate the asymmetry of using the one big blue ribbon on one side of the hip. Got pauldrons that are made out of physical trophies. The trophy shape is repeating in like gauntlets. We've got laurels, because those do represent victory. Wrapping on the chest. The metal seems to be more or less built into the clothing too. Oh, this sparkly texture is so like gymnastics leotard-esque. Or like, even like figure skating leotards. I don't know how they do that with the fabric, but they get this like interesting like shimmer in them. Once again, material properties in this game. Mwah, beautiful, chef's kiss. Is a participation trophy? Overcompensates? But the blue ribbon, what do you mean? Blue ribbon and gold? What do you mean? I don't, crazy. This fella looks like they're winning. He looks like he's winning. The shoes, once again, have more trophies on them. I feel like I would be willing to accept more filigree from a character like this in the design, just because I tend to associate that with a lot of those trophies, or like even if it was like a plaque somewhere. But I feel like this is executing well on the concept. Best believe they're still bejeweled. When they walk in the room, they can still make the whole place shimmer. That's true. Thank you, Taylor. Definitely Johnny Bravo coded. Are you saying that because of the color blocking? This fella is blonde, is wearing a black shirt. Does Johnny Bravo also have blue pants? Is there an H in Johnny Bravo? There is. No, blue pants. Really, Johnny Bravo coded? This is a cheerleading outfit. Not vibe, no, just vibes. Okay, I see. Oh, for winning. Okay. Let me see. What there? I think they're a trophy. Is he meant to be? Does he have an occupation? Is he a cheerleader? Isn't Tan just douses himself in oil? Really? Intriguing. Himbo, winning, not winning. Ah, okay. Played with gender by making the trophy wife a man. Intriguing. Yeah, that's true. Made of pewter, not even bronze. The ribbon is a second to last ribbon. No! How do we know that? It's blue. I feel like, isn't blue usually the grand prize? Retired, non-retired athlete. Is this the Haru Rara of date everything? Our beloved never takes first fella. Oh, my leg is asleep actually. Hang on, let me stand up. That's weird. It's like only the back of my leg. That's really cool. I love when that happens. Have you ever had just like your kneecap fall asleep? Because that's like my favorite way to have my leg fall asleep. Ow, I kicked something. I gotta like stand up and move my leg around. Boy, failure. Okay. Second place at best doesn't hold him down. Honestly, good for him. Hey, they say third place is better than second because people spend so much time, if they get second, thinking about the fact that they were like, oh, I was so close. No, I was only one away. They say that the bronze winners are happier than the second silver winners. Just to know. Just the kneecap? Yeah. If you ever wear tight pants and sit with your knees pulled up, the tension of your pants across the top of your kneecap will cause just your kneecap to fall asleep. And it's really strange. But yeah, the back of my leg is asleep right now because I was sitting on it like a goofball. I'm known to do that. I sit very strange. Not shrimping, but more so just limb. Just sat strange. If you look at the ribbon in the house, it's second to last. Oh, okay. All of MC's fancy stuff are frauds. No! First is the worst, second is the best. Stretch? Yeah, I'm stretching. I'm standing. That's why my model's all funky right now. Maybe I'll just stand for a minute here. Push my chair in the way. We'll keep moving. But I will stand, I guess. My face tracking is still working, which is a oh wait. I'm far enough away, my face tracking still works if I stand. We'll hit a squat. Stand in a squat and see how this works for getting my leg to be awake again. There's one with the hairy chest, that's true. This design, ow, hey, don't bonk me. That doesn't help with my leg situation. I would say clever, once again, probably. See, the struggle is, like, so many of these designs, if they were to be worn in real life, probably would still be campy. Like, I would say that this would probably be campy if worn in real life. We're gonna get into a real debate about it, but I want things to be more over the top than this to be put in the campy category. Tony is next, okay? Tony. Ah, construction worker. Okay. What are you the personification of? Hi, Tony. Definitely a handyman. Got your hard hat with like, it's got like rulers on it. Got your, oh, nice triangle for your angle checks. Rulers as tattoos. You really have every tool on you, huh? Oh. What's your name, Tony? Toolbox? Question mark. Yeah, I do. The facial hair being ruler lines. I love this as a repeating motif here for the edge of the collar, for his facial hair, for even the edge of the hat, having rulers on the hard hat. Neat. Suspenders where we're using like, that looks like those, you know those like pushable, like tool carts even? The ones that have like wheels and they have a flat top on them? Neat. Good for overalls. I'm a lover of overalls. This particular accessory is very useful if you are somebody who works in any kind of trade, it's so convenient having like one of those like work belts to put your tools in. When I worked in a gallery, we had one and I always put it on. I always stole it. I needed it. I swear I had to carry one drill and one hammer. Why would I want to have a table when I could just attach all the objects to me? Level as a belt is kind of fun too. But the thing that really, I guess, sold me on this being a toolbox was the fact that we've got the latches and all the handles. Nice little, what do you call them? Not a protractor, but like the curve guides. French curve is a more specific one, but this is just like a curve guide here. Right angle reference. Nice, yeah. Does have like 7 different screwdrivers. Hey, I'll have you know, there are many different kinds of screws, actually. You do have your Phillips head, you do have your, like there's all these kind of funny ones where there's like the star-shaped ones, the octagons. Where, is it Canada where the octagon ones are really popular? There's a bunch, surprisingly, of different kinds of screw shapes. Ask me how I know this. I know this for a very particular reason. Doesn't know what a Phillips head screwdriver is. Honestly, I don't know if most people do. Who's Philip? Honestly, good question. No idea what any of that means. Get a screwdriver with replaceable head? You could, but then you have to carry around all the replaceable head pieces. Also in a bag, which is easier to lose. I only know that there's a million different kinds of screw heads because my uncle was the ambassador to Spain for, I think it was screws. It was for some sort of like fitting like that. Very strange. That's like a thing you can be. That's a profession, I guess. I don't know what he does normally, but apparently he did do that for a while. Sorry, what? Yeah, that was on we did Shroomate lore quiz a long time ago. That was on it. I forget, I think it's screws, but it's some sort of like fixture. Yeah, he worked on the Empire State Building. And also, I guess something to do with Spain. I really don't know how you get that kind of profession, but that's the only reason I know there's a lot of different kinds of screws. So having multiple screwdrivers does make sense. And those like screwdrivers that you use that you can replace the heads on, they're kind of annoying. I'm gonna be so honest with you. Rainey sings, he sings soprano, Tony Soprano, get it? Ahaha, true. That's a good point. Jubby and I have been watching The Sopranos recently. New Yorker and teaches you how to flirt. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm a fan of this design. The color design is nice. I think we are getting a Bob the Builder reference from the color blocking, maybe? Potentially. Like, I feel like Bob the Builder really has consolidated exactly what a handyman looks like as a person from the way that the colors are distributed. Gold hat. Let me just look him up. I feel like... Bob the Builder wears like a red shirt, I think, though, right? Yeah. Blue overalls, gold hard hat. But I guess that probably is just what, like, most... That's just a very common handyman kind of outfit, huh? I would guess. Maybe it's not special. Consider you bonked? Why are you bonking each other, huh? Seems like the kind of guy you grab a beer with, the good kind. Yeah, I would agree. He's got a heart hat. I do see the heart on the hat. You guys can't see it. Yeah. Heart hat. That's actually a good play on words too. That's funny. Where'd I put him? Here he is. I'll put him in clever. I think this is a very good example of using a motif that is incredibly recognizable and using it in an interesting manner where it's adding some nice detail to the sleeves, the tattoos, the facial hair. I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of how that's used. Bow is next. Ah, okay. Let's see. Is it a bow? No, this looks like an Indiana Jones type fella. Seems trustworthy. I would agree. They're using a lot of big, like, rectangular shapes because we do tend to associate rectangles with being trustworthy and dependable and reliant. Or reliable. Not reliant. Reliable. So, I can see why we're seeing that. What are you? This is an Indiana Jones-esque explorer made out of cardboard box. 1 hour and 13 characters left. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think I got it in me. I think it'll work. You turn his hard heart into a... What? Huh? Manipulated by shapes. Yes, you are being manipulated by shapes. Yes, I do also see the vision here. This is an adventurer, or an explorer at the very least, made out of cardboard box. The power cord, the power strip is interesting for the whip. We have also a rope around the waist that is just duct tape. We have like a pizza box almost as a side bag. A lot of the clothing is held together via tape. This looks like one of the like more like postal service mailers that are the white ones. That very particular like brown packaging tape too is a good touch. The boxes aren't super pristine, they're a little bit damaged. Using the style for the top of the boots is both good for silhouette and also for our reading of adventurer. Pronouns, good question. Let me see. She, her. Pronouns, she, her. Curious if it's a power strip with an extension cord for the whip. I am too, because I feel like they could have made it out of the tape. Is there a particular reason why that's the case? People who know things, maybe? Fantastic storyline. Okay, that's good. Ashley Johnson. Who else does Ashley Johnson voice? That sounds incredibly familiar to me. Who does Ashley Johnson voice? Oh, Cookie Run. Cookie Run. Is she in anything other than Cookie Run? Because you stuff power cords into boxes? I guess, but like you can stick anything in a box, kind of. Oh, Ellie from Last of Us. Okay. Intriguing. Critical Role. Okay. I'm definitely familiar with the name. Gwen and Ben 10. Honestly, that's probably where I would recognize her from, if we're being honest. I have not seen The Last of Us, or not played The Last of Us. But I have seen Ben 10, so that would probably be it. I think there's actual power cords in a box in the game. Oh, I guess if that is a reference to the physical object, the way they've depicted it in the game, that's interesting. But I feel like they very well could have used the tape itself to be the rope, but that's okay. Using the tape for straps, I think works, and maybe they were trying to make sure they weren't just overdoing the same thing, just using the tape for everything 100 times. Yeah, the tape is already in the belts and stuff like that. Maybe that's fine. It's a little strange, but I think we are getting a read of the concept pretty clearly. The clothing feels nice and rugged. I feel like the colors work quite well for conveying box. They don't feel too boring either, which is surprising. It can be hard to make a very neutral color palette feel interesting. But the fact that we've got some darker colors that are cooler in undertone, orange trim. Once again, I feel like how peachy this artist makes all the skin tones is such a good move, because it does also add a lot more interest. It does make the face focal. The hair being the darkest part of the design makes the face focal. Hat's doing good things for silhouette. Once again, I think it works. Not a lot of characters that we've been super critical of today. I feel like we were much more critical the last stream, which might just be how I am as a person any given day. Concept kind of stretch, but that's not a design thing. What do you mean it's kind of a stretch? What do you mean? Like, I feel like we see the adventurer angle pretty easily. Like, I don't know what was the thing that made them decide to make her an adventurer. Maybe it's the fact that, you know, boxes are used so that objects can travel and they can go places. And maybe that is an adventure to get put into the mail truck or to be carried from one house to the next. So I think that's what the concept angle probably is as to why they picked that combo. And I feel like both of them are pretty evident, so I would put it in clever. I think it works. I can see the through angle here. On board with Box's adventure, see the vision. That's fair. Boxes are all over the place in the house. Fair. We'll get through all the characters for the end. Trust. Thank you for trusting. Thank you, Callie, specifically, for trusting me. Trust and believe in the Squiiji that trusts and believes in you. Trust and believe that the Squiiji can actually get through all of the characters. Keith, I dislike Keith. Uh-oh. We're getting thoughts and opinions on the character we haven't even seen yet. Oh, he's such a baron. Oh, he's such a baron. Okay, Keys. Keys? Is he just Keys? And Squiiji we trust? True, thanks. Ew? Oh, okay. Boxes carry treasures. Oh, that's true. Boxes do carry treasures. I can see that. Also, Affy the Unicorn, thank you for following. Sorry, I'm a little late. I've been trying to be locked in. I'm the kind of guy you grab a beer with. The bad kind. What do you mean the bad kind? Gibraltar. Interesting. Master key, to be very specific. Oh, okay, I guess I could see that from the way he's designed, where he does seem like he has some level of like nobility to him. Being, you know, the important key, or like a skeleton key even, would make sense. Lots of little locks strewn about the design. The keys as sort of like a double-breasted button. Sort of a cane as a key itself. I feel like the hair might vaguely be referencing like the, what do you call them? Are they tines in a key? the little like teeth pieces with the way that it sort of bumps out and back in, maybe a little bit. Scratched gold for the inside of that. We've got more keyholes on the shoes, which are just fancy. Test message. Hi, test message. Test message. Was she for a different series? Huh? Oh, Ben 10. From Gibraltar, however that place is spelled. Is Gibraltar a key making company? Because I feel like that is probably what the reference is. That sounds familiar to me. I don't know. Master key, master manipulation. Oh, okay. All right, master manipulator. That's why it's in Gibraltar? Yeah, I think that's a key company. No, I know it's a place also, but I swear to God. Is it not? Did I make that up accidentally? I swear to God, there's a brand of Gibraltar keys. Maybe I've lied to you. These are called Gibraltar keys. Maybe it's not a brand, maybe it's just a kind of key? I don't know. Apparently Gibraltar has a ceremony of the keys. Oh, like the real place. Okay, the key to Spain. Huh. Back of the hair is meant to be the ridges of the key? Okay, I thought so, mayhaps. Oh, hello, we've been raided. Hey, shroommates. Would you perhaps, maybe, if you'd be so kind, be so willing to maybe rotate for the raiders, maybe? Maybe, please? There we go, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Breaks my neck just a little bit. Can bats do that, or is it just owls who rotate their head all the way around? Anyways, hi, I'm Eiji, freelance artist fungi. Also art educator. Today we are finishing ranking, or I guess kind of, yeah, ranking the characters of Date Everything. We've made good progress so far today. We're getting close to the end. We're doing a good job. Hi, Spacey. How are you? What are we up to today? Thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Recently streamed UFO 50, Castlevania, and art. What are we up to today? Hello, welcome in. Doing good, thank you. Yay, I'm glad to hear it. We were finding out that I may or may not have accidentally lied about something that I thought was true. I thought Gibraltar was a brand of keys, but apparently not. Apparently that's not true. So what can you do? This is why I checked. I fact-checked myself live on stream so that way I could prove to you that I'm wrong, so we don't accidentally just take things as fact from the streamer. UFO 50 is pretty fun. I can see if people enjoyed it. Oh, I don't think I've heard of UFO 50. What is it? What's the whole shtick with it? What's the ordeal? How is it? What does it do? What is it like? I'm intrigued. I learned a lot about miscellaneous games I've never heard about from Raiders. It's kind of fun. A lot of smaller games? Oh, is it 50 little games in one, maybe? Classic 50 in one situation? Squiiji lied, can't trust anyone with anything anymore. Yeah, can't even trust Squiiji. What? Hang on. There we go, that's what I wanted. I was gonna do the meme of the like, can't trust no one, not even yourself, but that just kind of looks dubious if I do that, just me. If there's not a second me. Hey Gary, can't trust anyone, not even Squiiji. Holds you at gunpoint, that's okay. 50 little games specifically made for it. Oh, that's cute! In Squiiji we trust. Thank you for trusting me. Maybe don't. Apparently. Maybe don't fully trust me. But I hope you had fun with your 50 tiny little fun little retro games. I hope they were a good time. That sounds worth checking out, getting to have like that many things to experience all at once. And if they're all sort of like stylistically consistent, that sounds cool too. Yeah. But I hope you had a good time with it. I have to lock in because I have an hour and I have 12 characters and I am not moving quickly. But thank you for stopping by. Spacey, if you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or smoking and eating, please look after yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. The shroommates apparently do bite, just maybe a little bit, but in a friendly way. Not in like a dangerous way, but in a like puppy playing with you, like gnaws on you little way. It'll be okay. Yeah, they do nibble maybe a little bit, but we'll take good care of you. But do prioritize looking after yourselves first and foremost. Call dibs on Hank 5. We already looked at the Hanks. You can have whatever Hank you want. We're not worried about it. You can do the It Always Has Been Cosmonaut meme with Greg and Jerry and the guy whose name I don't remember. Yeah, that's better. That's a better way of doing it. And yeah, the shroommates do have their rabies shots. I did make sure. We did take a trip to the vet recently, so it'll be okay. So, I feel like we could have incorporated key shapes more into the design here. Why is there not a cutout in the... I mean, this kind of is following this sort of cutout shape, but like not really. We could have had more toothing, more teeth, the word I would say, on the bottom edge of the jacket so that we're relating the sort of cape back into the key angle. I don't know. The locks are very direct where they're just physical locks. I do enjoy the necklace being a key ring though. I feel like that's clever at the very least, and having keyholes as the buttons. But I still feel like I want more. The designs where it's just the object placed on the design as opposed to affecting the shapes of the clothing, I tend to not be as much of a fan of. I don't know. Like, use a common shape of the top of a key as the bottom hem of the cape. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, yes. A bit of friendly eating each other between chat friends. I don't know about that one. I did not approve of you guys eating the raiders. Please do not eat the raiders. I don't approve of that one, at least. Please be nice and be good and be welcoming and be kind hosts. Please, I beg. Jelly D, thank you for following. Looks like a keyhole. Yeah, Cape Loki looks like a keyhole on a door, like the whole thing. Oh, you mean like when you have like the gold, I don't know what to call it, but yeah, the like gold plaque kind of thing that the keyhole would be in. I kind of see it, but like not all the way. If they would have put the trim shape of that on it, maybe I would have seen it more. I don't know. Scratches signifies age, also hints at a rougher side. That is true. I do appreciate, as usual with all these designs, the materiality. The way the materials are rendered is fantastic on all of these, and I do think, yeah, that probably is a good hint towards the fact that apparently this fella is a master manipulator. It's a good hint. I don't know. I still feel like there's something missing. This might have to go down here for me. I feel like the key elements aren't as incorporated into the design as much as I wish they were. I don't know. Chest bit should have been in the shape of a keyhole. That would have been interesting. I can't zoom in close enough, but it seems like those buttons maybe also shaped similarly to how, like, I don't know what to call it. The metal plate when you're looking at old style doors where the key goes in. I don't know. You never gamba? Because there's no choice. What is the choice today? There is no choice. We have to finish them today. So why would we gamble about whether or not I'm gonna finish them? Because I'm going to finish them. We're gonna finish them. Hi Gary, Meep is true. That's right. I'm glad you said it. I'm proud of you. Bodhi is next. Is that how you say that? Is it Bodhi? I think it's the ridges, not a... Is Bodhi how you say that? Am I saying that correctly? I feel like I've heard it said that way. Yep, okay. Hell yeah! Good guess from the Eage this time. Let me take a sip of my drink. I actually might have to eat a fistful of fish cracker because I'm like weirdly hungry. I don't know why I'm hungry. 80s. Yeah, a little bit. Hang on, let's see. What are you? Interesting. What are you? I'm seeing cassette tapes being used as hair, which is clever already. Then we have VHS tapes as the sleeves. Floppy disks on the jacket as pockets. These look like light bright pegs. Did you guys ever have a light bright? Where you like poke the little pegs into the glowing object where you stick them in it? Scrunchies. Like the arcade floor pattern. Storing mediums? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. These look like headphones, but they're being worn around the waist, which is interesting. Classic short gym shorts. Interesting patterns. And then those like peculiar, you guys remember the jelly gladiator sandals? I feel like that was definitely a thing for a time. Yeah, light bright. Check the gallery. Okay, I can check the gallery if that helps with clues. But I'm just gonna go out on a limb and make a guess first. Because we've already had characters before that are like concepts. We had the concept of literature. We had the concept of, what's the other one? What was Doug's concept? What was he in? But Doug was also a concept, right? Is this the concept of like nostalgia, maybe? Or like, is this the concept of like a specific time period? Oh, existential dread, that's what Doug was, okay. Let's see. Oh, wait, that kind of spoils it a little bit. This being the title, I think that gives it away. But you said these help. Oh, I love that we're doing a guitar. Wait, is this a Slash reference? You're good, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. It's okay, we didn't know. Nostalgia's a different character, okay. Got the Etch-a-Sketch for the guitar. Got the funny little, like, cereal box game thing. Etch-a-Sketch, yeah. Pride flags on the cassettes. Is that it? Oh wait, they are! That's the ace flag, that's a trans flag. I believe this is this agender? Question mark? Is this character asexual? That'd be so intriguing. But yeah, I guess they are a time capsule. Maybe from a very particular era. Rex has just said the word gay. Oh, MLM flag, okay. I love that they've, I was gonna make a bad joke. I was gonna say, I'm glad they made a LGBTQ flag for multi-level marketing. Deserved. It's men who love men, is what the actual one is. Is this supposed to look like Slash? Because I feel like that's what we're doing with the fact that we're doing this type of hairstyle with the guitar. But it is kind of a funny reference to make, I feel like. Why does that get flagged? I think it's because they think that Rex is using it derogatorily to be like, you're gay, and like be mean or something. But if someone called me gay, I'd be like, great, true, good work, glad you figured it out. I feel like that's just unfortunately a word that is used in an unkind manner sometimes. No, does this have a message for reasons, sexuality, sex, or gender? Wait, what? Hang on, pardon? Why? Yeah, good question. Why is that getting flagged? We're allowed to have words that are about sexuality, sex, and gender. Hey! So peculiar. Hey, Gary, say the word for me. Say the word for me.
Gay.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Gary. So peculiar. If you see it holding things for that reason, we could just allow, we'll just allow them. That's so strange. I don't know why they're doing that. 80s time capsule. Okay, that's what I thought. Are these jelly shoes really 80s? I feel like they had these in the 90s too, although I guess things do kind of like overflow. I had most of these things as a kid. I know what a floppy disk is. We used floppy disks when I was a kid. We had the Light Bright, we had Etch-a-Sketches. Intriguing. Because I can't say girl anymore. Exactly, yeah, like, huh? Very early 90s. Intriguing, okay. At least YouTube doesn't have an issue with it. Yeah, we can say the word gay as we've determined on YouTube. Nightbot took no issue with that. Yeah, so 80s, I guess early 90s. I can see that making sense. I wonder if it might have helped. Like, what do you use as a time capsule? Like, what do you use as the capsule itself? I know that people use just like a cardboard box, but that's not very archival. That's gonna break down over time if you bury it. I know people use like metal like lunch tins for them to like store the objects inside of. I feel like the point of a time capsule is that it's holding all of these things inside of it. And we don't have the object that's doing the holding here. I don't know. I feel like that might help to just clarify the concept. Find him in some metal cylinder. So, okay, if you're finding him in the metal cylinder, then is he the capsule itself, or is it maybe like that he is the objects, personification of the objects that were in it then instead, rather, I guess. He is a metal cylinder. No, he's the stuff inside. Okay, we're kind of back and forth. Let me see. Object is time capsule. Yeah, personification of a time capsule, specifically from the 80s. Okay. I'm just wondering if there might have been some way we could have conveyed that metal enclosure on the actual character, so that way we were separated from the context of where you found him, it'd be helpful, but I mean the context of the game, I guess, also clarifies it too. Sprites of him in the capsule. Oh, okay, here, wait, let me look at the sprites then real quick. Oh, yeah, okay. That's quite the capsule. Look at him in there! This is like the saddest, like, wrapping for a doll, I feel like. This almost looks like your Barbie doll. Oh man, that's a crusty, dusty capsule there from the 80s. But yeah, that's good. I appreciate this. Okay, works. Free him. Honestly, the hair is so clever to me. I love what they did with the hair by making it composed of all the... Ooh, where'd he go? There he is. making it composed of the sort of like pulled out tape from the cassettes. Cute. It's a good move. Fire Moobot and replace it with Nightbot. Nightbot is like, for Twitch these days, unfortunately. Nightbot, like Moobot's a little overzealous, but I'd rather overzealous. Nightbot just wouldn't catch things when I was first using it. And it doesn't catch things on YouTube that it's supposed to catch, so... It wasn't Moobot, it was Twitch. Oh wait, it wasn't even Moobot that grabbed it, it was Twitch itself. Oh my man. Twitch, what are you doing? Vaughn is next, okay. I lost my boy. Where is he? Here. Yeah, I would say... Yeah, passes. I want a little more from the silhouette, maybe? The face isn't super focal either, unfortunately. The shorts. Let Jude look at the focal point here. Beep. Wah, 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 wah. That's the focal point, unfortunately. So for purposes of focal point and wanting a little more from the silhouette, I think we're just going to pass, but like the concept is carrying still. Vaughn Trap is next. Okay. Boy, I wonder what this is. Boy, I wonder. This is definitely a mouse trap. That's actually so unkind that they not only made it like all the strings and like here's like the actual like bar part of the trap. The feet are even other kinds of like claw traps on the arms. But they made him a mouse too? He is a mouse, like his hair is the shape language of a mouse. He is the mouse in the trap? Is the real object a dead mouse in a mouse trap? Or is it just because they're trying to push the mouse angle further? Because it's kind of concerning me. He can't kill rats, then what is he? Like Tony, blue collar New Yorker is just trying to do his job. I guess, but that kind of makes me sad that they have the rat trap like poised around his neck. I'm feeling incredibly existential about this one. Yeah, the rat tail haircut, that is also funny. Good move. Voice for the guy who plays Master Snake in Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Lovely, we love to see it. Automod's weird. I know for a fact I have no restrictions on swearing and mature themes in my channel, but sometimes Automod catches the most middle school level stuff. I know! It will grab like anatomical words. We'll be talking about like clothing, we'll say breast or something in the chat for like, oh, in the breast area of the design or something, and it's like, no, 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 you can't say that word, it's not allowed. Pardon me, Automod, I didn't know you were in charge. I'm a rat plush that can trap forever and it makes his whole year. Oh, but that's still so, like, morbid. This is, I feel like there's such a morbidity to this design that is just, like, beneath the surface of it and is kind of uncanny. But yeah, we've got the pants that are shaped like a cage for a trap. We have the actual, like, spring-loaded arm that comes down and closes. We do have a big old mouse insignia on the chest, the rat tail for the hair, and two big old buns. This hairstyle is actually really confusing me. What is actually happening with the hair? Is it long on top, but like short in the front? Serial killer, but 4 rats. Yeah, 4 rats in a trench coat is a serial killer. All his voice lines were improvised? That's kind of funny. Also gazpacho and chowder. Really? Intriguing. A lot of mousetraps have mouse decorations. I know they do. Yeah, they usually have branding on them that relates them to a mouse. I am thinking too hard about the morbidity of the fact that this guy is both the rat and the trap, and that the trap is around his neck. But I feel like this passes. It's doing interesting things for silhouette. I can tell exactly what it is from silhouette alone also. Head is focal from the brown really being only located around the face. I like the shape of the body because we are trying to do something where we're making him nice and round in his shape so that he seems kind of friendly and unassuming. But all of the trap itself is so geometric and cold and angular and uncanny. There's a lot of juxtaposition happening there, which is interesting. So I definitely say this guy passes, but I don't want to think about it too hard. Actually, we'll leave. I'm gonna stop thinking about that one so hard. Fair warning. Sophia's next. She's a dominatrix, but it's nothing explicit. Okay, that's fine. That's all right. I think the only character we can't look at is the one that is just literal, actual toys. Pardon me for mentioning. I think that's the only one we've had to void, and it might stay that way. Is there a reason why she's named Sophia that I'm missing out on that you're permitted to tell me? Or it would be inappropriate to tell me? Ah, see, I guess this would still be hard for me to discuss and be safe for work, huh? She is safe in her design, which is true. It's interesting because if you had presented me with this, I would not think that that's what she is. Oh, she's a safe is what you're saying. Oh, okay. I thought you meant she's like TOS safe. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Let's go through the elements of what we're seeing here. I see. So, can I have a mouse? My mouse isn't working. Man, my mouse saw that mousetrap and was like, I'm not a part of it. Yeah, money and valuables. That's what I was thinking when you were saying that. So we have dollar bills, $100 bills, $100 bills. We got gold bars. We have the lock. We've got passcodes that you find in more expensive safes. Is this that sort of like locking function that like bank safes have, where they have the like things that come up from the floor or like from the side of the wall to interlock to really anchor doors shut? So that way you can't just like lever the doors open and break them with just like one tiny little lock point. It like runs the whole length of the wall, I think? I don't know. Aren't $100 bills, those are paper bonds. Oh, are they really? Okay, so big shmoney, actually. This lady is quite something. I do agree with that assessment, Amber. More like the little like spinny dial that you use on like cheaper safes. Some nice luxurious patterning that maybe mimics the inside of what safes look like. The valuables you'd store in a safe, perhaps, like the watches and the necklaces, pearls, but those might also be coins. They're kind of doing a duality for that. I'm a fan of the shape language here too, where her clothing is like very big and luxurious in the way it's draped on her form. It makes her very intimidating in a way that like we may, I guess at first thought, want a safe to be really angular. But a safe should still feel like comforting in some capacity also, right? Because it's like, you know, containing your objects. It is keeping them safe. So having the rounder shape language for her, I think does make sense. There's a little bit of angularity in it. But I think I'm picking up their drift and going that direction. But she is still intimidating because they've made her have these like big exaggerated shoulders, and all these draping dark shapes are just like a little bit overwhelming to us maybe. And then the contrast of the gold and lighter colors too is interesting. Sometimes blunt people are seen as grumpy or sarcastic. That's true. Rest your valuables in her soft but firm embrace. Exactly. It's the furthest we'll go here. She's a whoa, we're learning interesting things here. Okay, intriguing. As for that secondary angle, I am definitely not the kind of person to be able to tell you whether or not she is conveying her profession. That is an interesting angle. See how well we can talk about this, keeping it safe for work. I feel like it is interesting to, I guess, play into the angle of like locking and restraint that I guess is a part of that subculture that she is representing. But to people who I guess are more familiar with the profession that she is in, does she appear that way? I see Amber saying not super duper, but she clearly appears to be a powerful woman. Okay, that is probably step one to this profession. You do probably need to appear to be powerful. Maybe. Voiced by Laura Post. Costumey in P5, Yellow Ancient, Emma Frost. Okay, intriguing. Yeah, leather I think is sort of classically associated with that kind of thing. I feel like we also would associate... I'm sort of surprised that... Oh wait, actually I might be going in the wrong direction with this. I was gonna say I'm surprised that there's not more in the way conveying like harnesses or something in the design, but I guess that's not... That's more inherently like... That's not necessarily... Yeah, that too. Yeah, lack of gloves. Oh yeah, lack of gloves might be interesting too. I will say, I'm not very well... I don't know a lot about this. This looks like a goth mommy, and people do tend to assume you're like that just by look. Ah, okay. All right, I see. So is this maybe, I guess, fitting with sort of maybe the stereotype, or people tend to assume they look like maybe? Okay. Very into safety and consent. As if you're comfortable with her roleplay. That's good. We love to see it. I would say she passes. I feel like I might be missing some of the things that might be happening that are more clever, just because I'm not familiar with that as much. But if she is reading that way, I would say it works. The way they're using the bonds to make her top is really interesting. This sort of like peg, I don't know what these are called. Like they're just like the little lock things where you've got the lock mechanism and the holes they go into are nice for creating an asymmetrical collar. She does feel very ornate. Maybe I can put her in clever. I don't know what I would want to change. Maybe that would hold me back from putting her in clever, so maybe I do put her in clever. Not immediate, there's a real goth one coming up, but not next, okay. Who's next? Who's next? Monique? Okay. Read more powerful woman that knows what she's about than what she's supposedly meant to be, but definitely is safe. Okay. If that's the case, if she is not fully reading as what she is meant to be, I might pull her back then. I might pull her back down into just passes, where there may have been ways we could have conveyed that angle better, but unfortunately I will admit that I am not a good person to make suggestions on that front. We need a new specialist for that. Monique. Fish cracker. Are you a wallet? I'm going to maybe guess. Potentially. Don't worry, you don't really need any knowledge of that realm to understand her design as it is right now. Okay. Sassy. Being a tall goth, in quotes, mommy, it's been concerning. I've often been propositioned to be in that type of relationship. Whoa! Intriguing! Okay. Money in general. Just money in general? Okay. But like, you know, I guess we are showing the many forms of money. We have the NFC chip that is in cards as her little like clipboard or tablet. We've got the coins around her neck. We have the cards being worn on her sleeve. Wait, I can do this. Do you see her hair accessory is $1 folded into a heart? I used to do this all the time when I was younger because we would donate money to things and I would fold them into hearts for my parents so we could stick them in like whatever little dono boxes were. It's cute. Her ears, I think, are like rolled up coins, potentially. And then this very particular like stitching and scale of stitching does feel very reminiscent of a wallet, particularly. Reference to just more cash icons on the shoes. Money making up her top is interesting. I feel like there could have been some other way of using the money to form the shape of the top too, but honestly, I'm not bugged by this too much. Is the interpretation. Coin roll earrings would be so heavy. I know it would have been interesting if they would have given her like stretched lobes from it maybe, just to convey that weight. But yeah, that would be really heavy. That would be quite heavy. Maybe they're empty. Maybe it's just the cardboard tube. Maybe. So many pockets? I mean, you gotta have all the pockets for all of the cards that you carry in your wallet. Jubby just pulled like 15 cards out of their wallet that were like not in use. We're talking like old credit cards from working at businesses, like company cards, old health insurance cards. You gotta have enough slots. All your punch cards for the cafes you frequent. You need pockets. I am also jealous. I wish that I had this many pockets as like a real person in my real pants. But a wallet should have that many pockets. 15? Yeah, I don't think I'm exaggerating either, actually. I think it is actually close to 15 that were pulled out, potentially. At some point she tells Scandalabra the player's a gambling addict. Ooh! I can't believe you, the player, are canonically a gambling addict. Who would have guessed? From the way that we were requesting I do gamba here in predictions. Despite us all knowing what the outcome must be. Is there any other angle to this character? Like, are they like a receptionist? Or, like, do they have a profession? Money talks, okay. Is there anything else here? Pragmatic, strategic, meticulous. Okay, I guess that makes sense with money. Mom still has a library card in her wallet from when I was 7. Yeah, I have a library card from my hometown that I don't think I've ever actually used because I only ever check books out, like, digitally. Your accountant. That makes sense. I could see. I could see that. Advises you on dealing with your finances. That makes sense thematically for her job. But I guess, like, she looks professional, but I feel like accountant might be a hard job to sell or to convey in and of itself. That's fine. Me, stick her up here. I'd say she passes. Well, maybe just a little bit more from her silhouette, but not a bad design. Still a good design. Memoria is next. Okay, let's see. Eats a fish cracker. I'm holding fish crackers in my left hand, so I'm only typing my right hand. So if you see me going like this, that's why. I can type with 2 hands, I promise, I swear. Please believe me. But I am reaching over there for that. Yeah, is this the goth we were talking about, potentially? Alright, let's see. Interesting. Hang on, so... yeah, very classically goth, yeah. So, Robo-Pets. Is this a Tamagotchi on her neck? And then one of those little, like, folded, like, fortune teller things? And then if we look at her sort of semi-transparent clothing that is sort of spiderwebby in shape, it has a lot of icons on it. It looks like cotton candy, the moon. There's, like, tickets, maybe? Picture frame, some leaves, a teddy bear. Oh, there's lockets on her shoes. Is this the memory one? Is this one about nostalgia or memories, I guess, then? She's a what catcher? What are you saying to me? What are you, what? What kind of catcher? Yeah, I think, yeah, Amber, I think she might be the nostalgia or old things. Yeah, she's a concept, okay. What is that word you guys are saying? Is that what this is called? Is that what this is? Thing on the shoulder? We called them fortune tellers. I have never heard that phrase for it. It's a what? Okay, intriguing. She is your memories. Okay, so your memories? This is interesting, because I would have thought that maybe, like, they would have had, like, the, like, we tend to think of nostalgia as being sort of like rose-colored glasses, or as being something that's, like a little bit faded around the edges, or, like, difficult to grasp onto with memory. It's interesting that she is so, like, stark and bold. But I guess these being a little bit more translucent makes sense for that thematically. I don't know. Regional difference. Interesting. Specifically 90s and 2000s nostalgia. You can tell the creators are millennials. Ah. Reminisces on your past. Okay. Interesting. I feel like this is one of those opportunities where I feel like making her like a little bit like salt and pepper, or having like a little bit of like gray creeping at the edges at some of the like colors of the design might have been nice, just because one of the most important things about nostalgia or memory is that we lose a lot of it. I guess black is probably the choice because, yeah, like funerals, we're mourning the past that we no longer can grasp. Yeah, mourning your past. Black is fitting, but like I feel like we could still have a little bit of that like creeping in just at the edges, like still keep it mostly black, but like even if her hair had like lighter tips, or like lighter like at the like root where if like her hair we're seeing it starting to gray, or like the fringe edges of her like the shoulder pieces maybe. Other aspect is gloomy aspect, mourning the childhood, maybe, mayhaps. Yeah, her necklace is a Tamagotchi, which is also very funny. These are very specifically, yeah, like 90s kind of nostalgia things, I would say. I would agree. By nature, yeah, it's nostalgia memory, it's old by nature. Yeah, although I think what they're doing here also potentially is the fact that if it's nostalgia for the 90s weren't that long ago. The 90s were what, 30 years ago? A little less, a little more, depending on what part of them. So I guess not making her much older does make sense. Like, she is in her 30s, so for as much as the women in my family gray in their 20s to 30s, they're not depicting her as being much older, because the time period she's an example of, or is harkening back to, isn't that long ago. And, you know, contextually at least. Here's this filled boxes in the attic. Whole stories about either trashing or hanging up things from the MC's childhood to university years. Oh, okay. So Human She runs a moving company. Interesting. I guess that might be a spoiler, sorry. Unless that's what her profession is when she looks like this. Sort through old stuff. Huh. Okay. I feel like there's another one where I'm having some missed opportunities, unfortunately, but the silhouette is decent. Might put it like in here. Like we could have committed more to more of the accessories being hints also potentially. Elementary schoolers often say the opposite. As cooties, make-believe germs, so they'd use cootie catchers to remove the cooties if you touch the opposite gender. Fortune tellers are different than cootie catchers from my experience. Intriguing. Thank you, Hoshi, who is, probably more recently in any way associated with grade school than I have been. But that is intriguing as a name for it, huh? Next is Holly. Yeah, our youth expert. Thank you, youth expert. Hoshi helps us stay in touch with the younger generation. I feel like I'm out of touch. I'm out of touch. Quite often. Accidentally. But like my college kids would like reference memes and I'd always know what they were. So like maybe I'm not that out of touch. How do you do, fellow kids? I'm out of touch when I'm out of touch. Yeah, I'm out of touch when I'm out of my touch. And I'm out of my head when you're not around. Is this girl the personification of all of the holidays? Is this all of the holidays? All of them? Okay. Yeah, wow, we really got all of them in here. Box of holiday decorations. Yeah! Yep, holiday decor. So, let's see what do we have here. We've got the bat for Halloween, we've got eggs for Easter, we have rabbit. For Easter. Also, we've got 4-leaf clovers, we've got the skeleton for Halloween. Is this New Year, I think, potentially? Yeah, New Year's. We have, this is also a very particular accessory that I'm not sure. This might also, that's not New Year's, is it? These also, oh, wait, hang on. I know what some of these holidays are. Is this from, Festival of the Lights? What is that called? Diwali? Question mark? Is that right? That might not be it. I might not be right. Yeah, fireworks, oh, for like Lunar New Year or Chinese New Year, maybe. Oh, bye, enjoy your dinner. Dia de los Muertos. Oh, that could also be what this is? I've just seen this sort of like style of cutout things. I went to, a Diwali dance with a friend when I was in high school, and they also had this sort of like paper cut out, like, trim stuff that was hung up for it. But maybe that's one of those things that is multicultural. Maybe. Little rings. We hang those up for birthdays, but I'm not sure what they are. Not having a candy skull. Oh, that's true. Not having a candy skull. Huh. Voiced by Brianna Knickerbocker, who voices a bunch of iconic anime characters. Hu Tao from Genshin. Okay. These might be Mardi Gras. Oh, if they were Mardi Gras, I feel like they'd be like much smaller. Because what do you call them? Are they like pony beads for Mardi Gras? Or no, that's not what they're called. There's a different kind of bead that I think might be more associated with Mardi Gras, maybe. Paper garlands. Yeah, paper garlands. We have Valentine's Day around the skirt. What are the shoes? What are the shoes? It is Out of Touch Thursday. That is also true. What a coincidence. What a big dink. Also voiced Rem from ReZero. Narmaya from Grand Blue. Okay. The box. Oh, I guess maybe they are the box? I was kind of trying to figure it out. I guess I could see these as being like the flaps for the box she's in. Adorable, that's what they are. Thank you, Riku. That does answer my question very succinctly. I'm just trying to figure out if I was missing that, and I think I was. I think they are the box. But seeing them be the box does make me wish that the time capsule was more integrated into the time capsule fella. Because if we can show the box that's holding all the objects, also in her little like cropped jacket, I feel like we could have done that for him too. I gotta be honest, I actually don't know how I feel about this design though. I feel like, once again, this is a design that might have benefited really greatly from being pushed into like decora or like a more maximalistic style of dress. And to me, this almost isn't over the top enough for what it's trying to convey. We're doing variety of seasons, and right now it's kind of feeling like too much. Yeah, it's a bit much. There's a lot of detail happening, but if we pushed it even further, a lot of that detail would become background noise and it would sort of fade away in our consciousness the way that like decor styles do. Or because there's just so much going on, we are drawn to look at the face because it's that moment of rest and stuff. Which I think we're already drawn to look at the face a little bit, but I do think the skirt is out competing it. I don't know how I feel about this one. I feel like it almost hasn't gone far enough. I want more. I want more. And it's weird, like, I also look at this, and as much as I'm sure this is campy, maybe it's just because it is just wearing, like, it's just wearing all the decor. The decor isn't being translated into clothing outside of like, we're getting a little bit of streamer paper turning into like a skirt fringe. And these are becoming earrings, but a lot of them are just like the object. They aren't incorporated into like the shape of the clothing or trying to be congruent with something else that already exists in clothing. I don't know. If it's a dress, a jacket with short sleeves and boots. Yeah, very busy. I don't know. Silly rabbit hat. Yeah, could have been more. I don't know. I yearn for more here. Very top heavy, helps with focal point. That's true. The fact that she's top heavy does help with the focal point, but man, big flat planes of red do grab the eye, potentially, unfortunately. Also, look at this. It's 5:41 and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters. We are within sight of victory. I can almost taste it. I can grasp it. Gift wrapping leggings. Oh, that might have been interesting. Yeah. Have some deco be tied to the skirt and dangling out. Yeah. There's other potential options. But yes, we are in the home stretch. Who is the next one? I think you said it. Oh, Aaron. It's a very interesting way of spelling Aaron. Relating to air in some capacity? Are you just the concept of air? Lucinda isn't that? Let's see if you Huh? Which one is that? She hates talking. Okay. Aaron, this is just the concept of air, I'm going to guess. Totality, it seems just complete air. Okay. I see. We've gone through all the elements. Did we have earth as an element? I don't think we had earth as an element, but we did have fire. But that was more like a fireplace. Very not TOS safe. Oh, the last one? Oh, okay. If it's not TOS safe, we might not have to. Romance, this one, you say nothing. We had water for sure. Oh, the crystal one! That is kind of earth. The geode. Yeah, okay, I see. So, this is the interpretation of air. I feel like with the water one, I feel like it's once again kind of one note for me, unfortunately. Yeah, we are getting super close to the end. The hair being posed in a way that feels really wispy is nice. But I don't know. It feels very one note. I wonder if there are more angles we could have gone down. I'm trying to think about like what else is air? What does air represent? What properties does air have? Because right now we're doing like the movement angle of air. I need to think harder about it, but like it's air, yeah, but like we could have given like a secondary angle to the concept also where, you know, the microwave guy, Luke Nukem, is not just a microwave. He's Duke Nukem, but also a microwave. Like we're getting, there's layers to the concept. Where here I'm not really seeing a second layer. Check the sprite, okay. So it seems like it's changed, the air is changing colors. It's pink here for some reason. Maybe it's like a blush or something for the sprite? More movement. I don't know. I feel like, what is her name? There's a League of Legends character who maybe I think is themed around storms, but I feel like she was also conveying wind in an interesting way. Goddess, I guess, things that interact with air, like wind chimes, pinwheels. Yeah, see, that might have been a good secondary angle. Yeah, Janna, yes. I don't know, this just feels too one note to me. And also, the clarity is a little bit tough from a distance, which I feel like is just hard with air in general, but I think you can hang out with the water lady. In that there are neat things happening. The hair sort of not being beholden to the laws of physics is nice. Color palette isn't bad. She's got transparency to her, so we're playing with material at least, but I don't know, I still want more. Textbox Chan is next. Is that what her name is? Or does she have another name? It's the air that comes from HVAC. Yes, that's her name? Okay, I didn't believe you. Okay. Why is that her name? Xbox Chan. Wow, they were like, all right. I'm telling you exactly what she is. Oh my god, wait. Hello? Hello, princess. Does she send emoticons? I sure hope she sends emoticons. Things like cow emoji? That's so cute. I love her already. Okay, I see. I'm seeing something really uncanny already. Oh wait, they're not. I thought her irises were emojis, which would have been really scary. But I will say, usually I'm not a big fan of gold irises because usually they're really low contrast with the skin. But the way they've darkened her sclera is uncanny, but also really makes the gold pop in an interesting way. Wrapping the chat box around her body to be a chat box, the speech bubble? I guess it is a chat box, huh? Better chat like me with emojis? Yeah. I feel like she should have emoji eyes now that I'm thinking about that. Yeah, text boxes. That's the word I wanted. Chat box. Wrapping it around her to be an asymmetrical skirt is cute. It's good fashion. And somebody is saying that it is the like direct one from the game's UI, which I guess is also good. I don't know what the game's UI actually looks like off the top of my head. I've seen it before. I don't know what it looks like right now. She's just the text box. So she's more so the game's UI. Okay, so not just the text box, but just like the UI in general. Hate the random gray sleeves when everything else is saturated. Ah, the collar of the shirt is cute because it also feels like little, like smaller, like zoomed out when you get notifications. Those little like blips that come down too. But yeah, the gray on the sleeves is kind of strange. I wish maybe it were a little bit more blue. I don't know. This one is very pared down. I'm interested by the fact that they really don't like to depict like actual characters. Like there's never really any like actual letters on the clothing. But I think the reason they're doing that is because if you put text on a design, it ends up being really distracting. You kind of want to read things, and it would pull you away from looking at the whole design to read the text. So I think that that is why that's occurring. But maybe it would be nice if there was more variation in it. But I mean, I guess I can guess pretty quickly that this is some text box. The fact that there is this very direct, like, text bubble symbol also probably helps. Yeah, it would also be a lot, maybe, to have other things going on. Prevents localization, or not prevents, but yeah, works well for localization, I guess. Hard to replicate across the sprites. Oh yeah, if you're changing poses. Oh, that sounds like an animation nightmare. For 3D, it'd be fine, but if you ever wanted to do anything in 2D animation with that, that would be awful. But yeah, I would say this passes. Good asymmetry, silhouette is decent. I'm reading most of the things I think I'm supposed to about the design. I don't know if it's really being pushed the extra mile, but it's alright. It's not bad. Not really a complaint. Sassy Chap. That's another name. These names are very interesting. Can you imagine introducing your parents to your partner who you are now dating, and you get to be like, hi mom, hi dad, here is my boyfriend, Sassy Chap. Legal name, Sassy Chap. Here's my girlfriend, Textbox Chan. Like, what are your parents gonna say about that? What are their thoughts going to be? Does Dece mean decent? Yes. Yeah, my name's Sassy Chap. Sassy for short. Wait. He is the developer. Why? Wait, this didn't take me to him. Can I have the Sassy Champ? Is that what I need? Yeah, okay, there we go. Here's my partner. Yeah, XX Shadowlord 420 XX. Yeah. The company's mascot, the devs itself. Okay. What does their mascot look like? Nope. Games. What a peculiar set of Google results there. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it is their mascot. Their mascot is already a fella who has a pipe and who has that in the pocket. This is hard to grade for character design because it's their logo design already. Shows off sprites of all the game developers. Okay. Well, here, let's just look at that real quick. But conceptually, like the concept angle, it's a little tough to sell. Oh, here's the poses. Nice heart. Looks like a game show host. Yeah. Or introduces you to their parents using your VTuber name. That would be really funny. I feel like my name isn't that weird if he just called me E.G., but if Joby introduced me to their parents as Squiiji, that would have been strange. Joby and I have been dating for way longer than I've been a VTuber, though. Man, I feel like I have a kind of normal name. I feel like there's a lot of VTubers that I know also who could probably get away with being introduced under their VTuber name and it wouldn't be that strange. Like, it'd actually be kind of okay. I don't, there are some really out there VTuber names, but a lot of them are still pretty grounded. Oh, we've invaded! Well, I got to figure out where the other versions of the thing is. But hello! Welcome I am Squiiji, freelance artist fungi, art educator. I don't know why I ran out of oxygen just there. I've done my intro a couple times today. Welcome in. We are finishing up looking at Date Everything characters. Man, I have 10 minutes to do 5 characters. Crewmates, you know the deer? The deer. You know the deer also. You're familiar with the deer and the bears. Rotate at them. You know the deal. Oh man, my brain is soup just a little bit. The deer? Is it you? Revenue, are you the deer we know? Hi, Vanda Rosemary. How was your stream? What did you do? I see Dead by Daylight and Jusant as the recent things. What were you up to? How was your stream? What were you doing? Cringe when people call me Hoshi IRL. That's actually so funny. I will say I am proud of your mom for referring to you as Hoshi, because I don't think I'd be able to trust my family members to refer to me as Squiiji in front of all of you. Jubby even still has a hard time with it. Rotate, thank you. Thank you guys for rotating. Thank you guys for posting deer in the chat also. Is what now seen? Seen? I guess it makes sense that they have those. Played Dead by Daylight, then played some chill climbing game to decompress. Nice! That does strike me as the kind of game that you do need some decompression after, but I hope you had fun! I hope you enjoyed! I was so scared she would say my IRL name. No, I fully believe you. I am inviting my father to record something for a video with me, and he was like, could I just be on the stream? And I was like, no. I love you, but false. You're not gonna call me my legal name, probably, but we're not taking any risks of you saying something you shouldn't. We're just gonna put you in video only. A lot of respect for people who have, like, siblings or cousins or, like, family members on stream with them. Not me. I will not be doing that. I love them dearly, but I'm not gonna give them the opportunity to goof up. This is my sibling Butter. Yeah, these are some names in here for sure. Oh, but I didn't say, Panda, if you or your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snook me meing, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, but please prioritize looking after yourselves. This one, game show host who also is a game character and is a representative of a game studio, I think does does make sense, does check out. God, what's happened to me? We have 10 minutes left on stream and I have all of the phrases that I know and love are gone and I'm just combining sentences. Oh, lordy. Sassy Chap playing cards are intriguing? They don't have glasses on mashed potatoes? Oh, you trying to guess what they are? That's funny. Love them enough to know they'll fumble? Oh, your family, yeah. Gotta run and do din-din? Yeah, enjoy your din-din! Thank you for dropping your fellows off. We'll take good care of them. The shroommates only bite a little bit, but don't worry, they're vaccinated. Speedrun, you got this? Yes, I do got this. So, I feel like this one's a little bit hard to grade just in the context of the game, where it is making a meta reference. But if you're familiar with their logo, it's the logo. It's the guy from the logo. Is giving game show host. I would say it passes. I don't really know if there's much else to say here. It's not really interpreting an object. So a lot of the stuff we say about things being clever isn't necessarily here. Zoe is next. Z-O-E-Y. Zoe Bennett. Oh. Oh, no! She looks just like, she looks like the... Am I misremembering? She looks kind of like the mom from Beetlejuice. I don't know what her name is. Hang on. Mom. Am I misremembering? Am I just thinking it's a similar hairstyle? No, I'm totally thinking of the wrong person. Hang on. Who am I thinking of? Maybe it's just the red hair. There's someone I'm thinking of who she looks like, but I can't think of who it is. This is a ghost who I think died in the 80s. And the only reason I'm guessing that is because she is dressed in a way that I guess is from the past. And also, she's got the foggy little edges. No, not Winona Ryder. Winona's goth-ish in that one. Right on the money? Okay, I figure. The real mom? The wife? Yeah, the wife. Not Beetlejuice's mom. Beetlejuice does not have a mom. Yeah, the dead wife, unfortunately. Died in the 80s. We help her get her memories back. So, is she an object? I guess that she's a ghost. Is she not an object? She's just a ghost? Oh, I didn't know ghosts were objects. That sounds really sad to say. Voiced by she's stuck in the attic. Okay. Interesting. So, like, I can tell she's a ghost. That's from the rendering. She's got a nice edge highlight on her that conveys that clearly. The fact that she is dressed in a way that is not modern, I think also is an added step for that. She's quite fashionable. I'll give her that. I love 80s clothing. I love color blocking. I love bold patterns and bright colors and big hair. They do a lot of good things for me character design-wise. This specific skirt shape, very particular in silhouettes. The ruffles on the socks are nice. The hair shape is decent for being asymmetrical. Off-the-shoulder jacket makes her sort of in tune with VTubers. Man, VTubers love that off-the-shoulder jacket. Maybe we're all really just nostalgic for the 80s, and that's why we put off-the-shoulder jackets on VTubers. In game, you don't have to use your energy to talk to her. Oh, can you see her without your, what are your glasses called? Can you see her without the glasses? Paranormal romance. Interesting. See her non-ghost self in her realized form? Her clothing doesn't change, so it's not really spoilers. Wait, so are the spoilers for the realized forms just them in different clothing? Have I been not looking at them this whole time despite the fact that it's the same character but in different clothing? I guess that's still a reveal. And that's still like a spoiler technically, but that is interesting. Yes, your house is haunted. You see her with glasses, but only after you've used all your hearts talking to other objects. Whoa. Okay, interesting. All right, well, I mean, I can tell she's a ghost. I appreciate that they've taken her above just being a ghost and that we can tell what time period she's from. It is from the past. Rendering is helping it. She's kind of fashionable. I'll give her that. Her silhouette's kind of distinct. It works. The non-human looking ones just become more human looking. Ah, realize some of them as real people. Okay. Since she's dead, you can only talk to them when the batteries in your glasses are also dead. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Interesting things happening in the lore for her. I'm great. I feel great. You're great. You're here. The only person I know. Did you know that? Oh, she's going through it. She's having a tough time. That works though. I'd say she passes. Who is this fella with the really crazy shoulder stuff? What is going on there, man? Who are you? Reggie. Okay. Are you the concept of a broken heart? Hang on, I need to check pronouns here just to be sure. Him, okay. Are you the concept of a broken heart? Regina, not quite. Yes? Oh, rejection. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, concept of hate. Yeah, we got the thumbs down. This is clever, the way that the thumbs down has been built into a motif. Clever. Broken heart becoming the shape of the side of the skirt. Clever. The broken hearts are well executed here. I like all the little pieces of gold throughout the hair too. Filigree I feel like would make sense, being very over the top. Yeah, these are thumbs down, but also wings at the same time. Crazy silhouette moment happening here. Lives for relationship drama. Oh no, he first appears when you get a hate ending. Oh, spoiler, I guess. And Albert from Star Rail's VA. Who's Albert from Star Rail? I've never heard of this character before. Isn't Regina a girl's name? He says, I'm dressed like this and you think I care about your gender norms? Hell yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it. Number one hater. He looks like he's judging. I love that the expression to convey this character's passing judgment on you is the one eyebrow down. It looks kind of goofy if I try and do it. For some reason, I might have to re-rig my AR kit for my one brow down because it like doesn't track very well. But it tracked really well on my Otakon models. There we go, this one tracks better. Albert's the host that introduces new characters and bids. Oh, okay. I see. If Alda appears in streams. Oh, okay. I've never watched a stream for that. I didn't know. Yeah, very much a diva in the outfit. The transparent sleeves are nice. The silhouette is interesting. I will say the focal point is either this or this, and unfortunately is not the head. But that's not the worst. Full name Regina Rejection, but nicknamed Reggie. Okay, I see. I would say that this character... I was pretty quickly able to guess what this character is. I might want just like a little bit more, maybe like a secondary motif, but I have to say this very specific motif here is really clever. That is quite clever. I'm a fan of that. So maybe just for that alone, I might have to put him up in clever. Just this one thing really pushes it over the edge to me, maybe. I don't know. Regina Rejection means Queen of Rejection. Oh wait, does Regina mean queen? I know Reina means queen. I think it's Spanish, right? La Reina? I'm not rolling the R. Are you supposed to roll the R? La Reina? Yes? Interesting. Yeah, like Rex means king. Ah, Regina's Latin. Interesting. Turns out I need to expand my knowledge of Latin because I know some Latin, but every time it's relevant for me to know Latin on stream, it's one I don't know, which is embarrassing. Last two are DLC characters. Okay. So I guess spoiler warning for the DLC if you don't have the DLC. This is a treasure chest with coins, and it's very goofy, very, like, cartoony. Mikey transaction. No, wait, say it ain't so. Wait. Is this the concept of a microtransaction created into a character? We're unlocking the loot chests? Here's the Gamba mechanic? There's a Gamba mechanic in this game? There's Gamba in this game? He's got a family to feed them? Huh? Gives you a gacha mechanic that gives you stats? What? That's crazy for a DLC. That is wild. That the DLC itself, the thing that you are paying the extra money for, is giving you a microtransaction. That's so funny. Oh, we've been raided! Hi! Welcome in, raiders! Sorry, we are aghast looking at this character from Date Everything right now, but Truemates, you know the routine. Rotate at them. Spin my head around 180 degrees, I dare you, or maybe even full 360 if you like. But welcome in, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist fungi, art educator, and also character designer. I've taught character design, so we're ranking the character designs of Date Everything characters. Thank you, mods, for getting these shout-outs. But what were you up to? How was your stream? I see music, just chatting, and ASMR as recent things. And yes, we can spin my head around with a redeem if you would like. That is the free version of rotation. Yoshua CO, thank you for calling. But hello, I hope you had a good stream. I have to be locked in because my stream was supposed to end 2 minutes ago, but I'm not done. So like for the people who raided, we do have at least a couple more minutes. There we go, yay, rotation! Thank you for spinning my head, Chase. Do any of you guys have strange nicknames from your friends? It's called me Microwave. Is this because I called this guy Michael Transaction? I guess that is the full name, huh? I don't think I ever had, I don't have any funny nicknames I could share. I think Monique was right about MC being a gambling addict. Oh, you're right! You're right! This is so funny. Here's the thing. I don't know if, without the name, I would have understood that this character is any more than just a, like, treasure chest? Or like the personification of like treasure? But the fact that he's a microtransaction is so funny. Do you know what I think this guy needs to be that? Is he needs to be like 15 different pop-ups. Or like he needs like a reference to like a battle pass or something, maybe too. Somewhere on the design, because I feel like those are rough. Let me tell you, just like a brief aside here. I was very excited. I saw a new Haikyuu game came out, a new Haikyuu mobile game. I had a Haikyuu mobile game that was only in Japanese that I played for a minute. Back when I was, I think it was when I was in high school? It might be undergrad. So I was like, oh, a new Haikyuu game. I'm so excited. That's cool, that's fun. The mechanic of like pulling for like players to be like the lineup on a team, I feel like is interesting, right? Like I feel like that befits the gacha mechanic in an okay manner. Man, I installed that game and it was microtransactions, the game. Everywhere you looked, it was microtransactions. It was like, here's not only one battle pass, but here's a second battle pass. Here's another thing that isn't a battle pass, but it's just so you can get more of like the in-game currency, like guaranteed like month to month, and it also gives you more energy or something. Here are microtransactions where you can just buy like things for characters. There's like 15 different kinds of currency. So what I feel like this character is missing, I feel like the tattoos, yeah, could have been like the pop-ups. That, yeah, does kind of look like Clash of Clans. Does fit that like mobile game vibe and the art style, which I appreciate. But like, he's not like intrusive enough. I feel like the microtransactions are so in your face where I like want that more from this vibe. I guess that you guys were saying he is more of like a, like he just has to work for his family. Maybe he's a good guy. I don't know. I feel like we could have definitely leaned more into like the intrusive nature of the pop-up ads and how it's so impossible to play games nowadays without that kind of stuff. I don't want to do dailies in a puzzle game to avoid having to do microtransactions to unlock more puzzles. Like, what's happening? This one's difficult. I feel like there's definitely missed opportunities though, unfortunately. The humble family man type, that's such a weird character trait I feel like to pick for microtransactions as a character. They're not humble. Maybe we're going for juxtaposition, but that is interesting. Dailies in a puzzle game? Yeah, I had a puzzle game that was like, do your dailies so you can unlock more puzzles. But if you pay money, you won't have to, it makes the dailies easier, or like you can just unlock more of the puzzles or do like other things. And I was like, my guy, I would just buy the app if you made me pay for the app. Like, I'd give you like the $5 to buy the app, but no, that's not an infinite money glitch for the developers. No, so why would they do that? Ah. I don't know, make me watch ads or something. I don't wanna. He thinks he's earning an honest living for his family, but he's ruining lives is my headcanon? Okay, that actually kind of makes sense. Next is Lucinda Lavish. She's the DLC herself, or itself. Interesting. Are you telling me that immediately because it would be too hard to guess that she is the DLC itself? Why are we on the Sprite page? Hang on, go back. That she is the DLC. You bought the very expensive DLC and I'm your reward. Was it expensive? She's lavish. She does look kind of expensive in how much gold trim she has. The DLC is named the Lavish Edition. Okay, what does the DLC contain? What does the DLC add to the game? Because I feel like, I don't know if I would get it. Portrait version endings, okay. Lucinda. Oh, was I saying it wrong? Was I not saying Lucinda? Was I saying a different name? I might have. Should be really annoying in your face and constantly beg you to not stop talking to him. Yeah, I feel like that would have made more sense for the characterization there before. She's the added sex appeal. What do you mean by that? Look at her arms. Arms? A lot of star and diamond motifs. Her hat is coins, because I guess you paid for it. Cost $5. Okay, that's not that expensive. You get a fantastic red shirt from the DLC. Interesting. She's very easy to get along with. Okay, she's got the photosynthesis thigh windows? Oh, she does. Wow, that's a callback to Monday. That's good, Rex. You get to see the concept art for the datables? Red shirt gives you a stat boost, tells you she can do whatever you want, and literally is a button that makes her— Whoa! Whoa! There, that's crazy. She's lonely because her voice lines were recorded last. She can't talk to any of the other characters? Wait, that's actually so sad as a concept. Get 2 new characters and a red shirt. So you got Michael Transaction, and you got her and a red shirt. Interesting as a DLC, okay. I feel like that's hard to convey as a concept, but we can at least grade her as a character otherwise, which is that this orange down here, at least focally, is kind of distracting, so it is really bright against the dark of her leggings. She does have almost like a peacock silhouette happening, which I guess if she's being like very showy, I mean, she's probably a showgirl. So phone backgrounds, the art book, the OST, okay. Every character mentions the red shirt. Interesting. Just do take the time to compliment it. That's nice of them. Amazing. You say want to get to know her and how she actually feels. That's lovely. I'm here for actually getting to know her. I support that. Oh, Fluffy Stormcloud, thank you for following. I'm a little bit late for thanking you, but thank you. Phone backgrounds, art book, OST. Okay, so she's not like physically the amalgamation of all the things you unlock, unless the art book has like, or the OST has like this texture on the cover. Like she does have the money aspect of buying it. Her hair being red is maybe a reference to the red t-shirt. I feel like we could have had some reference to the red t-shirt in her maybe. Because that seems like it's an important thing to come from the DLC. But like as a character's design, she feels just a little bit over detailed to me, but I guess she is trying to be lavish, but we can be lavish without being overwhelming. Focal point is low, it's down here. Her silhouette is good, and the hat adds a nice amount of asymmetry. There's text on the puff sleeves. Where? What do you mean? Where? Where's the text? Skimpy? Oh, okay. You're on the void tier. Don't worry, we won't get in there. It says DL. Oh, I see. DLC. They did a good job disguising that as being like crescent moons and galactic shapes. I see. Yeah, a lot of repeating motifs in this one. I don't know. I feel like I'm not much a fan of this one. It's supposed to be lavish, but it feels a little bit over detailed. It's got a lot of high contrast areas happening all over the place, but the silhouette is decent. I don't know. I feel like we could have interpreted the actual objects that the DLC added also into it a little bit further, but it's not bad. We did it. She says she made the shirt. Good for her. Make her show that she's a little bit of a seamstress, maybe. I don't know. Guys, we did it. We did it. You didn't think I could do it. It only took me 10 extra minutes. But like, I think that's fine. I think 10 extra minutes is like, I usually go over by a couple minutes anyway. I usually go over a couple minutes. We yapped about Snake, and that's why we went over by 10 minutes. I'll allow it. We're free! I say as if I didn't enjoy this thoroughly. We did it! We completed it! We did! This is why we didn't Gamba, because it was guaranteed. It was going to happen. We were gonna get through all of them. Thank you for rotating my head also. Hi, Dragoon! Look at that! I'm proud of us that we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray! Victory until the next tier list. Wow! What do you mean? Does my victory doesn't go away when we get to the next tier list. We just add more wins to my name. I just get more title victories. I have won so many G1 races as a streamer, let me tell you. Do a tier list of all the realized forms? One day. Someday, it might be interesting when I inevitably down the road come back for this series to compare the way that their realized versus their to compare their realized version versus their like more object personified version. And we do like actual individual grades for a couple of them. But the reason why I did do this in the order of we're looking at all the characters first and then we'll go grade individual characters is because I wanted to have a better big picture of the characters. Because usually I have to look at all the character designs anyway in order to pick out which ones we're going to critique individually. But this sort of helped me get familiar with them a little bit for that case. And I do have a lot of my cold reads written down already for these two from after streams. I like quick scratched them down. So yeah. What's the next franchise to critique? I forgot to make the poll. I forgot to poll for it. So I will maybe that'll be tomorrow's Twitter post and YouTube post is the poll for it. Would love if you did a tier list for Winx Club transformation designs. Ooh, Winx Club. Oh boy, that's interesting. I could. I feel like I think I watched the Winx Club when I was a kid. Pac-Man, please be Pac-Man. No. What were they? What were our options? I believe our options were Limbus Company, AFK Journey / Arena. What are the other ones? We ruled out, was it Azure Lane that we ruled out? We might have ruled out Azure Lane. Yeah, Dislight. Dislight is one of them. I don't know, we could add Twisted Wonderland in there because Twisted Wonderland I think it's getting an anime soon, isn't it? Or something like that. But yeah, AFK has been long on the list. I'm a fan of the character design usually, so I'll put the polls out for that. Actually, maybe I'll just do that immediately following stream so I don't forget, because I might forget. Azure Lane does not say so. Bet, okay, we won't be looking at that. That gets to live in the category that, what is it? Nike? And what was the other one? There's a couple games that live in that category that we will not be looking at. Nikkei? Probably, yeah, no. There was the one with the men. We're not looking at that one. With your Gacha Games editions, they have to be say-so. Would you rate the design of Moramins? It's a Gacha game with Lovecraftian elements, very distinct. Interesting. Maybe? I've never heard of that game before, but I'd also never heard of Reverse 1999 or Dislight before doing this. Yeah, oh, Love. Or what is it? Lads. Yeah. Yeah, all banned. Blue Archive. Is Blue Archive also inappropriate? Is it really? I feel like I've suggested look at Blue Archive, because isn't that the one that's designed by Final Fantasy character designer? That'd be sad if that was the case. Dang it. Have you ever played Bug Snacks? I have not, but I watched Vinesauce and Germa play Bug Snacks when it came out. A little boring to critique, lads, considering it's literally 5 characters. Oh, is it really? Oh. I think the reason I wasn't going to initially for that one too is because I think it was too, what is it, like too based in reality? They just like wear normal people clothing and they just have like outfits. But I don't remember. I had another reason for it too, because I've heard the game isn't actually inappropriate. People just like make it out to be. But I don't remember. I had a reason why I wasn't going to, but I don't think it actually was them being inappropriate. Maybe it was. I don't remember. That game has a reputation. Winx Club has a lot of transformations for the 6 girls. Technically, the girls need to be fashionable since they also meant to sell as dolls. Oh, that is an interesting angle to consider. Is we do tend to think about with certain games what the purpose of the designs is for, where like this game, they're taking a lot of risks when it comes to the designs, which is why a lot of them are more campy, they're over the top, because they sell you the game. They're not trying to sell you, they're not trying to get money out of you over individual characters. So they can be more experimental, they can have more fun with the designs, they can do crazy things, because if every design doesn't hit home, that's kind of okay. That's gonna be all right as long as a bunch of them do. But like your average gacha game needs to sell the design. They're not gonna take as many risks, unfortunately. Potentially. Grew up too hetero to know Winx Club. That's funny. Hey, it's never too late to learn. But yeah, thinking about games that are, or like not games, but like designs that are built around the idea of having to sell merchandise as like a primary function. A lot of your TV shows were intending to sell merchandise. So like they have same face syndrome because they need to have same mold, or like their outfit designs are kind of pared down because it'd be hard to manufacture into a real object. Did a tier list for Infinity Nikki designs. It's a gacha dress-up game. How would I do that though? Because are there like actual characters in the game of Infinity Nikki? Or would we just be like rating outfits? Where are we on Infinity Nikki at this point? Because I knew there was a lot of misgivings about it at some point. But they're doing a Stardew Valley collab, and at some point I did want to do sort of like we bring the fashion experts in and we rate your, like the shroommates, like outfits from it. We got some fashion experts in the shroom state who I might call in for that one, but like I was gonna do that and then it seemed like it fell out of favor. It seemed like people were like mad at the game more so than would make sense of having that event. So I might need to just get like a polling of how we're feeling about Infinity Nikki at this point. Not super inappropriate does attract strange audience? Which one are we talking about with that? Huh? Which one is that? Oh, we're talking about the Deep Space. Characters themselves are PG-13, mostly just normal outfits, exception of mythology. Oh, okay. So I guess probably not a lot to go over there anyway either. Maybe that was the real reason why I wasn't going to. Was because there just wasn't a lot to cover. Intriguing. Winx Club is a kids show and probably didn't want to make parents angry. Also fair, maybe. Rober's lobbying hard. Fair, yeah, for the Winx Club, yes, this is true. One of these days, I would also like to branch us out of gachas into maybe anime. I would love to talk about, like, I feel like we are sort of reaching a point where we have only talked about gacha game characters for a year. It was the year of gacha game characters. Oh, we've been raided! Hello! Hi, Zone and Prime, welcome in! Shroommates, rotate. My neck is tired at this point. You can spin me if you will. Go ahead, spin my neck, but it is getting a little tired now. Been a lot of neck rotation. But welcome in! I am Squiiji, freelance artist fun guy, art educator. Also just a funny little guy who also picks up and holds snakes. Look at this little fellow, look how cute he is. I should have been showing all of the raiders the little snake I found. Look at this snake, ignore the homunculus, but look at the snake. So cute, right? Welcome, what are you guys doing? How was your stream? Streamed War Thunder, Satisfactory, and Fable Anniversary recently. Are you playing War Thunder? My partner has played a lot of War Thunder. I know how War Thunder works, I'm really bad at it. Welcome in. Gundam mobile suits designs. Oh, duh, Gundam. Oh, the miscellaneous tier lists I want to do. We gotta talk about like Night Owl designs. We gotta talk about Miku's. We have to talk about, yeah, Gundam. I want to talk about Gundam designs so bad. They're so interesting in silhouette and in color. God. God, creator. Also, Shuniper, thank you guys for following. I had to like stop and read for a second. I have my glasses on. But yeah, I officially labeled War Thunder as my main. Hell yeah. What is your main country in War Thunder? What is your main country? I feel like that's always a topical question to ask people who play War Thunder. Yeah. Miku tier list would take several streams. We would only be picking probably like officially licensed Miku designs because otherwise I wouldn't want to critique designs that are just sort of like indie designs for like her outfits. We'd probably only critique ones that have either been made into figures or like are efficiently licensed through like Pia Pro or somewhere else, which does significantly cut the number of Miku designs there are. But then at that, like, there's still how many Mikus? I may suggest Sanrio. Oh wait, Sanrio also. Oh man, that would be contentious. There's a lot of thoughts and feelings about Sanrio. That's like mascot design too. That goes a little bit beyond like our traditional character design we do here too. Interesting. Take the Fortnite skin. Oh, I have thoughts on the Fortnite skin. I do have thoughts. Hi there, Squiiji. Hi. Hello. No Brazilian Miku. Yeah, no Brazilian Miku. She's not officially licensed, unfortunately. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I have on the list to go over the future. I just have to figure out at one point I want to switch us into that. Or like maybe we take a break at some point from gacha games. There are a lot of gacha games. But we tend to look at them because a lot of them are very popular. A lot of people are very into them. They just have a really broad cast usually too. But like this wasn't a gacha game, but this is a very character-driven game, which is why we're also looking at gacha games usually too. But yeah, I want to look at anime. There's a couple animes in particular that I want to look at. I don't know. Harder to do cold reads for me though for anime because I've seen a lot of them or like I've been exposed to them much more, but I can try. So we'll see. But like I did a whole presentation at Otakon about character design in anime despite having never really spoken about it on stream, so we'll see. Different rankings for Transformers. Oh, the Transformers. Ever After High. Or like Monster High. I feel like Monster High would be good. Yeah, Pokemon trainers. Oh boy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that would be good. Oh man. Oh god. Hey, here's the thing. This is the gift that keeps on giving. We just go on forever. I will never run out of things to stream about. The fact that I like never have to think in advance about what my streams will be week to week is so fantastic. Like, never once has there been an issue with the fact that I never stream games. Like, once in a blue moon, I stream a game. When I started out, I thought that'd be a struggle. I thought it'd be hard. No, the schedule writes itself. And actually, there's just queues that never end for me. So, like, I'm here forever. You're stuck with me. Sorry. Have a lovely stream. Take care and stay amazing. Thank you. You too. Also, I saw you said USSR. That's also the country that my partner plays as. My partner also does USSR. I was Italy when I played just a little bit that I could. Be silly to watch EG play Pokemon. Now, why do you say that, Hushi? Why do you say it'd be silly to watch me play Pokemon? I'll have you know I've played Pokemon. I know how to play Pokemon. I know I'm a little bit of an old head about games, and I'm not a gamer, but like, I can play Pokemon. That's turn-based combat. Even I can do that. Like Todd Creator said, W, partner. Enjoy your time. Enjoy your eating and drinking and snark me's. Their gacha games, animated media could be good. True. If we stayed in games, that might be like a gentle segue. Potentially, maybe. We'll see. We'll figure something out. So like Pokemon, I meant silly, as in silly, not bad. I didn't think I meant it as bad, but like I feel like often when we say streamer doing something is silly, it's like because we're watching them suffer just a little bit. I won't suffer in Pokemon, but I do need to have my type effectiveness chart up at all times. I never integrated that into my core memories, unfortunately, but that's okay. Anyways, it's like almost 6:30, and I need to hang out with my Jubby and eat my dinner. But thank you all for coming here today. Thank you all for motivating me and helping me to get through the finale. We could make you suffer in Pokemon? Why would you do that, Lucinda? Why and how? Actually, I don't want to know. I don't want to know why or how you would. We derating every Pokemon trainer? No, like important trainers! Important trainers! Not just the random guy who fights you, no. Nuzlocke? I've done a Nuzlocke before. Not successfully, but I've done it. I've tried it. It's not that bad. It's just anxiety. Incarnate the game. If I wanted to have anxiety while playing a game, I would simply probably not do that. But I've done a Nuzlocke before. It's not. There's Rebel Gym Leader. Yeah, just certain ones. We have a Nuzlocke stream? Okay. If we ever have more incentives for something again, maybe I'll put Nuzlocke stream as an incentive for it. I can't promise we'll last very long, but I am incredibly careful as a person, and it might be really boring to watch because I don't take risks. I gotta figure out what the rules are too, but we'll see. We do need to raid so I can eat dinner. I am hungry. I am hungry. Let me find somebody to raid. I keep saying I'm going to post the thing where I say, hey, where people who are not 18 plus, who are you? Who stream on the Twitch at the time I do? I would like to raid you, but I keep forgetting to do that. I should do that soon, potentially. But YouTube, stream you later. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. 07, thank you for all your fantastic suggestions, and I will see you guys tomorrow. We're finally finishing the Clown Miku Clown Miku showcase with Yam. Yay! So speaking of Miku earlier, more Miku tomorrow. Many more Miku tomorrow. Miku tier list, kind of, tomorrow. But like Miku tier list of unofficial Mikus that are funny little clown Mikus. But I'm happy it's finally happening. We will lift the curse of Miku. Bye-bye, YouTube. Stream me later. Oh, hang on. Lagging. Bye. Now let's